into, it can't be said that he's shielding them because he needs time to have looked at it and determine if there is any issues and deal with them. And then my learned friend Mr. Ongoya made a very funny comment saying that there is a certain impropriety in the governor meeting the MCS. It is our position that there is absolutely no impropriety in the possibility of leaders meeting. And there is the contention, therefore, that the governor met some MCS is completely misplaced. Now, I would like to say a few more things before I go to the next step. The first one is to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, on our preliminary objection, that there is unanimity on all the three experts on the two most material issues. The first one is that they are all unanimous that they cannot confirm whether the three MCS voted. They cannot confirm that. Now, when you juxtapose that with the affidavit of the developer of the software, uh, Mr. Alfred Korir, at page 23, at paragraph 23, sorry, where he says it is simple, accurate, verifiable, particularly emphasis on the use of the words verifiable, secure, and accurate. To the extent, therefore, that he intended this system to be verifiable and accurate, to the extent that we cannot determine who the three MCS, whether or not the three MCS voted, to the extent that we cannot do that, it is true then that this paragraph is bailed out. It is not true that that system was verifiable. The second thing that they are all agreed on, sorry, the other thing that the witness agreed on is that indeed the records of the county assembly contain details of the payroll and ID numbers for the various MCS, and that if somebody was determined to get them, especially within the establishment of the county assembly, they could get them. With us, in that context, therefore, it is our contention that indeed it was possible for somebody else to vote, and that the three experts admit that if you get those credentials, you could vote. So that there are those two admissions, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators. Number one, that with the credentials, anybody could have voted for those MCS. And number two, that they are not able to trace back those three votes to the three MCS. Now, the last thing I wish to say, as I spare a few minutes for my client, is that we would like honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, that you take on board these as you consider the propriety of that system that was used to vote. Number one, we pointed out in the course of testimony that indeed the answer has been edited. It has been edited so that it is not consistent with the audio recording of the events. Number two, it is true that a few minutes before the movement of the motion on 6th of August, by the mover of motion, who, as we cross-examined him, we maintain is in collusion with the speaker, 6 MCAs, there was an attempt to remove 6 MCAs with a view to reducing the numbers or otherwise to intimidate them to support the impeachment of the governor. Number three is the question that indeed there was an option to do a roll call voting. Nobody, not even my learned colleagues for the county assembly, have explained why they could not just take a straight and simple process that could have resolved the issue. And for all those reasons, and then the rush to set up this thing at night and to insist on using it, even when the nays, I'd say, were louder than the ayes. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, we pray as a first line of our prayers that you do find that the system was not adequate to satisfy you that any voting took place and that the two-thirds threshold was met. As a second line, we pray that you do find that indeed no evidence and no material and no grounds have been adduced adequate to place a requirement on you to impeach the governor. With that said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have 4 more minutes. I would like to request my client to just say a few minutes within that time limit.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators of this great house, the upper house, I stand again before you this evening, even as we make our final submission, that first of all, I'm grateful for the time the senators have sat for these 3 days and under your leadership, and to also indicate that as my lead counsel have indicated, we have made our submissions on the circumstances that has been laid on me. Mr. Speaker, the report, as I said in my earlier remarks, came to me at the 5th, and it was sent to my offices. I received it on 6th, addressed to the clerk, addressed to the county secretary, and marked to the Public Service Board, another address to me. It's on that same very day that the impeachment motion was tabled. It was then very difficult for me to have sat at that time to analyze the reports and be able to make implementation. I wish to state here, Mr. Speaker, sir, that as we ponder over this matter during this period of impeachment right from the assembly to where we are today, the ESCC and the DCIE wrote to the county government of Kericho requesting documents for the same issues that has been mentioned. As a governor, I instructed the officers responsible, the county secretary, to submit the documents to the respective investigating agencies for action. I wish to commit before you, Mr. Speaker. I know how weighty the matters are before us. Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit before you and the senators that given a chance again, I'll be able to implement the reports in totality and also be able to implement what the investigative agencies as the DCI and the ESCC will recommend for us to act upon. We further commit, Mr. Speaker, sir, that where there is elements of culpabilities, not only for now, but even in the future on the state officers, it is my commitment that as we take leadership of Kericho to a step higher and notch, that we will do whatever possible to protect the resources of our people. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, as an individual, I know that I do not claim perfection. I have flaws just like any other human being. My 2 years journey in political leadership has been learning of lessons. And when I look around the political environment that we have been, I pray to this Senate that should I get a chance from this great house, I would also set upon myself to be able to reach out to the entire leadership of Kericho County, especially the MCS and their speaker and also the deputy governor, and be able to strike a working relationship with them, of course, together with the senator of Kericho County and the members of parliament from the county government of Kericho, and be able to strike a working relationship with them so that, Mr. Speaker, it allows us, because this is the second last financial year before really the end of this 5-year cycle, to allow us to be able to deliver for the people of Kericho County. We have had our triumphs, we have had also our challenges, just like any other leadership and any flaws. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to, as I conclude, to speak to the great churches here and the senators here that have been listening to this case, that as you have listened and the evidence adduced to you, that the processes has been tabled to you, showing how flawed it was. But however, I offer myself that out of this, we will be able to step up the leadership of Kericho County and people again to work together with a great energy and strike a reconciliatory tone so that we are able to deliver for the mandate of our people. I wish to thank the honorable senators for the opportunity you have given us and the time you have given to listen to us. I know it's been a challenging time. It's also been trying for me, psychologically torturing, and it's been one of my lowest moments to be here in this Senate again for the second time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I pray that the senators will find a place in their hearts to look into the matters that we have raised and give us a chance again to work for the great people of Kericho County. Asanteni sana, and may God bless all of us. Asante sana.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, having concluded the closing statements by the parties, the Senate will proceed into a camera session for 15 minutes, pursuant to Rule 27 of the Rules of Procedure. That is for the hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. The objective of the in-camera session is to ensure that the process is concluded seamlessly, timeously, and in line with the requirements set out under the Constitution and the County Government Act and the Senate Standing Orders. Now, Honorable Senators, during this session, the parties, all members of public and the media will be expected to withdraw from the chamber and the galleries, and any form of broadcasting from the chamber shall cease forthwith. Consequently, I now direct the parties, all members of the public and media, to withdraw from the chamber and the galleries, and that any form of broadcast from the chamber to cease forthwith. It is now 9:35. We will resume open session at exactly 9:50. Thank you.
And all the evidence particularized of impropriety against the governor chose not to take the witness stand and answer to any of those charges. The question is this: when a charge is leveled and the evidence, the quantity and weight of which has been played before you by way of witness testimonies, documentary evidence, and video evidence, and the person called to account refuses to take the opportunity given to him to account, what inference will you draw from that? When you begin deliberating, I invite you to consider that aspect of this case. Having said that, there are certain matters that arose in the course of clarification by senators that I wish to address myself to as part of these closing submissions. We stand here as lawyers, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, as people who have to offer guidance on the harmony or otherwise between the evidence on record and the law established. The conclusions to be drawn from that evidence on record and the law established are purely yours as judges, and as participants in the justice process, we have no choice but to accept your verdict unless one pursues any other option known to law. So two questions arose, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished Senator Onyonka presented to the expert witness a question in the form of that both the passwords and the usernames to this system were made accessible to all MCAs. Mr. Speaker, sir, let the Hansard record me as saying that there is no such claim made by any witness before this assembly. The witness before this, the evidence before this Senate has been and remains this. 2 links were sent to MCS. Link number 1 communicated IPPD numbers, which were to be used as the user names. A username, to my lay understanding, is like my email address, which I put on my letterheads and put on my contact numbers, which is itself not a risk. The second link was the voting link. It went with the instruction that every individual MCA will use their own ID, national identification card numbers to vote, so that the aspect of the passwords were never communicated to everybody at all. I have been a participant in the processes of this House, both as an academic and as an advocate, as I'm doing, and I know that there is a rule in this House of accuracy of facts. Whenever one makes a decision, the accurate fact is that no witness, both from the governor's side or the assembly side or the expert, stated anything to the effect that people's ID numbers were communicated to everybody. It is important that that fact is captured by the record and the decision makers so that a decision is made on the correct set of facts. Secondly, a question arose from the clarifications as to whether there was a possibility of geolocation of these IP addresses. I can do no better, because I am no IT expert and cannot pretend to be one, than to look at this Senate's own appointed expert. At page 13 of that expert's report is IP address lookup. Page 13 of that is IP address lookup. Then it says geolocation data from, then there are some details there, but I'm interested in the country, Kenya, region, Kericho. I do not know what conclusion you can draw from that, because I am no ICT expert, but the only evidence available to us shows some geolocation of this IP address to Kericho. I thought that is an important question for you to take into account. Allow me to then address the question that has now emerged as the question of the voting process. And let me observe this. Number one, whereas this House is not strictly bound by rules of evidence, this House, in fact, applies rules of evidence, by which I mean it does not completely disregard rules of evidence. That is why witnesses swear their affidavits as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses take the witness stand and are sworn as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses are examined in chief as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses are cross-examined as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses are re-examined as required by rules of evidence. So the point I'm making is that whereas you are not strictly bound by rules of evidence, your rules don't disregard rules of evidence. There is a presumption in evidence law called presumption of regularity, that when you are presented with official documents, Kenya Gazettes, official government reports, you presume them to be regular until credible evidence to the contrary is proved, is presented. The County Assembly has presented you evidence of 33 MCS voting for the impeachment of this governor. The County Assembly has given you an expert witness who has said, as far as is concerned, these 33 MCS voted for the impeachment of this governor. The governor has presented an expert here. That expert has not controverted that factual content of the official document, the Hansard, that in fact, 33 MCS voted for this governor. This Senate, faced with those two witnesses, has called its own ICT expert. That ICT expert has returned a verdict that from the information available to him, in fact, 33 MCS voted for the impeachment of this governor. It forces, therefore, it demands, therefore, us to conclude that no evidence has been presented that challenges the Hansard of the County Assembly and the resolution of the County Assembly that 33 MCS voted for the governor. Let us look at the attempts to challenge that position. First, the records will show you that the governor's claims before you were premeditated claims. He entertained these claims in advance of the voting process. His advocate is captured in the Hansard of the County Assembly saying, we know that people have voted for or will vote for 4 members of the County Assembly. This was said in advance of the voting. Let us look at this carefully. An MCA comes and tells you that 18 MCAs left their phones in the car. The MCA who came here, Honorable Anita Mibei, confirms she had her phone inside the chamber. It means the allegation that these MCAs left their phones inside the car is not worth of any credit. That's what it logically means. She introduces a new nuance of her phone going off, which was not contained anywhere in the affidavits she presented before this House. All MCAs who came here confirmed that they were all in the House. All the 47 MCAs were present in the House. All the MCAs were given an opportunity to vote. The Speaker announced that all of you have an opportunity to vote, and here is the voting method. And if any one of you has difficulties, go to the gadgets presented to you by this assembly and be assisted to cast your vote. No MCA says, I attempted to cast my vote as guided and anyone frustrated me. No MCA says so. The governor makes a claim that 4 MCAs did not in fact vote. The system returns them to have voted. One of those 4 MCAs comes before you with another affidavit. She's called Edna and says, in fact, the contents of the other affidavit is wrong. In fact, I voted, and in fact, I never signed the other affidavits. What is the net effect of this development? The net effect of this development can only be one distinguished senators, and that is the claim that these 4 MCAs did not vote is not believable. That's the only conclusion you can draw. So, let us face this. The governors, I'll come to that in a short while and begin analyzing those witnesses one by one. But let me address you on the lack of logic in the totality of the governor's case theory. There were 47 MCAs entitled to vote in Kericho County Assembly on the 15th of August, 2025. If you believe, as the governor believed, and as his council believed, that someone voted for you with your credentials, the logical thing is to attempt to log in with those credentials and say, I was unable to log in because somebody had already used them as passwords to log in. That's the logical thing. The other logical thing, if you believe that the system was capable of double voting, is to log in and vote yourself. Because once you log in and vote yourself, and somebody else has double voted, the system will return more votes than the registered voters. That's the logical thing. So I do not know, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, whether we have a case of imprudence or a dishonesty on the part of these witnesses. But I want you, when you consider this matter in your own debate, to tell me how somebody will fail to take advantage of these 2 possible and irrefutable evidence creating acts and come and present another one to tell you, I did not vote. And let's face it. These are the very MCAs you saw by your own clip. The governor's council at the assembly telling them, stand up and demonstrate you will vote support the governor. One of them says they had met the governor earlier and they had agreed on that position. First, that is legislative impropriety. Will you believe a representative of the people who confesses to have engaged in that conduct? I am inviting you to find the overall conduct of these people to be not worth of your credit. But let me point out something else. Mr. Peter Wanyama, advocate for the governor, says, in fact, he logged into this system twice and voted. The county assembly's expert has not seen that login of his. The governor's own expert today has confirmed he didn't see that login by Peter. The independent expert by this house has confirmed he didn't see that login by Peter Wanyama. It means the governor's case theory is found on a shameless lie that an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and our profession, Mr. Speaker, sir, thankfully for me, you belong to this profession, and distinguished senators, some of you belong to this profession, abhors an advocate vouching for his client. An advocate presents evidence as presented by witnesses and the law established. But if the advocate himself can take the extreme stance taken by Mr. Peter Wanyama Learned Counsel to present a factual wrong that he logged in this system and voted, a fact which his own witness says, I didn't see it in the logs, a fact which the independent witness of this house, the expert, says, I didn't see that in the logs. A fact which Mr. Peter Wanyama himself was unwilling or unable to take the witness stand and be cross-examined on. I invite you to draw a conclusion that there is enough evidence that the governor was willing to go to any extent to deceive this house, that this voting process was in fact compromised. Let's face it, distinguished senators. Every system, ICT or otherwise, can be made better. Any system can be made better. Banks work on ICT system, and many other systems now, operations work on ICT systems, whether they medical systems, they aviation industry systems, and all other systems. Each one of them can be made better. The fact that the system adopted by the County Assembly of Kericho can be made better is not a basis for invalidating that which it has done. The only basis for invalidating that which it has done is credible and irrefutable evidence that the system was in fact compromised, not capable of being compromised. No single witness before you has brought that evidence that this system was in fact compromised. Learned Senior Counsel, Mr. Katwa Kigen, I would reiterate, Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the most courteous counsel that I know, one of the most polite counsel I know, and a mentor to many young lawyers that I teach, came here and this in his opening remarks, which are captured at page 25 of Wednesday this week morning, observes that this site was pulled down, and in a response to the PO, it was brought up again. The logs by these witnesses would have shown that act of pulling down the site and re-uploading the site. Not the County Assembly's witness, not the governor's witness, not the independent witness of this Senate has captured that log of interference with this site by pulling it down and re-uploading it. I am reiterating a simple and straightforward case that this evidence shows that this governor could go to any extent including getting senior and reputable counsel to present factual inaccuracies before this Senate just to achieve the termination of these proceedings on a technical objection. As you vote on this issue, I beseech you to debate these questions, and if you reach answers contrary to these submissions, I will live with your verdict peacefully. If you reach a verdict that conforms to this verdict, once again, I will be able to live with it peacefully. Look at how the county governor's council stood before the county assembly and the governor himself and commandeered, assumed the speaker's role, commandeered the MCS stand up. What had they done to those MCS to assume that kind of control over them? I am not sure that if I stood before here and commanded these senators to stand up in direction, they will take it seriously, however persuasive my case. What had they done to them? Between this system that provided some form of privacy for the individual MCA and the so-called roll call system, in that context of this governor and this advocate commandeering MCS on record, which one would have guaranteed better integrity and independence of decision-making by this assembly? It is expected that any MCA who took advantage of that semblance of independence and voted for this motion, having been earlier intimidated and commandeered, may consider stating that they had not voted. In the next few minutes, let me reflect on the question raised by the majority leader on the 3 MCS. For starters, distinguished senators, there were 4 who took that position as represented by the governor. Along the way, my learned colleague, Mr. Katwa Kigen, confirmed one of them abandoned that position. This position that we did not vote, which witnesses are liberally taking and abandoning, can we take it as a definitively confirmed position that witnesses didn't vote? Because they are taking and abandoning. That's number 1. Number 2, let's look at the residual 3 that are of concern to the question raised by the majority leader on behalf of the House. One of them is Martin Kiplangat Cheruyot. First, you'll notice that Martin Kiplangat Cheruyot swore the same affidavit with Edna Tonui. Same affidavit, they jointly signed it as we. Edna Tonui has now told us, I never signed that affidavit, by her own affidavit. On what basis would we believe that affidavit where one of the owners has disowned? It is said, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, that if the alligator came from the sea, systems do this, an expert told to audit this system can recommend some things that can make this not to happen. It does not mean that what we are doing here is invalid. What we are doing here remains valid regardless of this kind of systemic challenges. So I'd said, it is said that if an alligator came from the sea and told you, Mr. Crocodile is sick, you don't say, I am going to the sea to verify for myself. In regard of the affidavit jointly sworn by Edna and Martin Kiplangat Cheruyot, the alligator that has come from the sea, symbolically speaking, and with due respect, is Edna. She has told us that affidavit is fake. That signature is not mine. How much more evidence do we need to discredit that affidavit? Then comes the other joint affidavit of the 18 MCS, on which again, Edna's name is indicated. She has come from the sea and told us that affidavit is fake. I didn't sign it. Why would we believe anything from that affidavit? So that would be the approach, Majority Leader, distinguished senators, if I were confronted with that evidentiary question. But that is not enough. That is not enough. Consider the evidence of Amos Birir Trump, who is asked a simple question, Mr. Speaker. This affidavit you claim to have signed jointly, the 18 of you, what time did you sign it? Daytime or nighttime? He says he signed it after lunch. It turns out the assembly proceedings went on until past 8 p.m. and that affidavit contains proceedings of the assembly, meaning it could only have been signed in the night. Normal advocates would have closed their offices at that time. They would tell their clients to come back tomorrow. Can we believe that witness who says those things? I say this because what is before you is whether you have credible evidence to disturb the presumption of regularity of the county assembly's Hansard and resolution as communicated to you. Let's then look at this Amos Birir, the Trump. He came here as an old man, stated his age, and initially looked very credible, even to me, initially. When confronted by learned colleague, Mr. Mutuma, in cross-examination, I do not know what your assessment of him was. Let me just say, in my assessment, he struck me as an old man, yes, but not very honest. Simple facts as to whether he has an internet-enabled phone, whereas his affidavit gave us an impression that he had no internet-enabled phone, he was on WhatsApp. In fact, that number, which he said was in the phone he was carrying in this house, was itself on WhatsApp. I do not know how much more credibility you can give such a witness. He needs redemption in the area of credibility, if you sought my opinion. The verdict belongs to you as whether you would believe him. A witness called Hilary Kibet Bosuben confirmed that he had a laptop supplied to him by the county assembly. He confirmed to him that he used this integrated system. Remember, voting is just one of the components of this system, but this system discharges multiple other functions. He used this same system to make his requisitions for payment of allowances for committee sittings, to register his attendance at committee sittings. It's these same people who use this system to register their attendance in committee sittings who are saying they have never been trained on this system. Fortunately for us, none of them claim to be missing out on their sitting allowances because of this system. It's enabling them in their bread and butter matters. It is only when voting is concerned that they draw the line. I then pose the question, are these the people, distinguished senators, whom you will say that you believe them that they didn't vote? Because to disturb the verdict of this assembly, you must reach a conclusion that, in fact, these people did not vote for the motion. At that juncture, credibility becomes the most important question. As you consider this motion, distinguished senators, remember Geoffrey Bett. Geoffrey Bett appeared before you as a person living with a disability, a mobility-related disability. He poured his heart out to you. He told you, I have come before you as part of my healing process. He told you, this governor confronted me in a joint sitting of the CECs and COs. He told you in that joint sitting of CECs and COs, when I was proposing to him that rather than procuring a financial management system at 68 million shillings, we can internally develop it at about 1 million shillings and prudently use taxpayers' money. He told me, I thought you only had a physical disability of your limbs. Kumbe, you also have a mental disability. Those were the words of Geoffrey Bett here. Geoffrey Bett has told you, I have come to this Senate as part of my healing process. I want you to consider Geoffrey Bett as you vote. Will your vote to rescue this governor aid Geoffrey Bett in healing? Or will your vote to save this governor add insult to injury to Geoffrey Bett? That issue is on trial before the Senate. Given a chance to take the witness stand, defend himself, and possibly address Geoffrey Bett wherever he is and say, Geoffrey Bett, before this same forum you sit, I am sorry for what I did to you. The governor has chosen not to take that stand. Allegations of financial impropriety, particulars of which were laid before you by various witnesses and documents, and which have been summarized by the learned counsel who came before me, are clear that Kericho County is hemorrhaging in loss of public funds. The governor had two opportunities. One, to get his concerned officers, CECs, COs, procurement officers, to swear affidavits and shed light on these matters. I invite you to reach a conclusion that the failure of the governor to call those witnesses to come before you and give account constitutes his shielding of those witnesses. A governor who shields witnesses who spend taxpayers' money, as we showed you on the Kipkelion housing saga, who shields his officers who spend money, as we showed you, in respect of the Londiani unfortunate accident victims, cannot claim it is not my act. He must take the ultimate responsibility, at least for shielding those officers. Secondly, given a chance to come and take the witness stand and explain himself, because the evidence we have shows irrefutable evidence of hemorrhaging of public funds, he has declined to take the witness stand. I invite you to conclude that the act of the governor to refuse to take the witness stand, when the time there showed that the governor still had slightly over 30 minutes of his defense, is an act of arrogance on his part, not warranting any mercy from you. If you take all these factors into consideration, my invitation would be, you can only do one thing, the right thing: impeachment of this governor. The County Assembly of Kericho has done its part. The Hansard of this house, as a historical record, will document that. Fortunately for me, the check is still open for you to sign. The history book is still open for you to record your position in that history. The Hansard is still recording you. It will record your vote. Distinguished senators, how will history document you individually and collectively regarding the side of history you belong to? The side that dignifies Geoffrey Bett or the side that undignifies him? The side that protects taxpayers' money or the side that does not? I am done with my part. The ball is in your court. I rest my case.
Counsel for the governor, the floor is yours. And your 60 minutes start running from now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable senators.
Senator Boni Khalwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit lost. I would like Keegan to help me. Keegan, the witness has attempted to demonstrate how she gave the money to the governor. And now, from your cross-examination, you're giving me the impression that you are watering that evidence down because there's no evidence of the conversation or correspondence between the witness and your client. Do you have any information that you have in your possession?
Senator Halware,
Yes.
you're actually verifying from the witness, not from the
True.
counsel. Yeah.
But you see, I want that clarity. The witness has attempted to convince us that she sent this money. We have it. But the weight of that witness seems to be, evidence seems to be being taken away.
Senator Halware, the person you want to ask, is there a particular question you want the witness to reassert, to reaffirm, or you don't have any? It's not a question to the counsel.
Madam Chair, if it was in the absence of the other parties, I would have told you what I think about what you have told me. So I'll restrain myself for that respect and step down that question. But think about you are trying to gap me. Madam CC, if you had not been sacked, would you still have given this evidence?
Yeah, I would have given whenever asked to.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want clarification from the witness. She mentioned that the money she was allegedly sending to the governor is from our savings. But having gone through our statements, I can see a number of deposits that were made into our account. So I just wanted to clarify, at page 80, you received money from Paul Misik, 50,000. Page 8, you received money from Janet Koech, 10,000. The same page, you received money from Beatrice Kiptanui, 10,000. Yes? Paul.
Senator Mogeni.
Money paid in means what? Is a deposit. Yeah, so I believe I'm on the, withdrawn is the second last column, paid in is the first one. Yeah, so that's, then I can see at page 81, 84,000. So can I just get a clarification from you? And then at page 83, there are a number of deposits there, 50,000, 150, 150, 100. I just wanted to hear from you. What was the purpose of these deposits? And did you use these deposits again to send the same money to governor?
Okay, through the chair, I think there is a statement that I put across that I'm a business lady. And in business, there is a way you transact even using your phone. Like the Paul Misik, which you have mentioned, that is my uncle. He had borrowed me some money and he was returning it. So I normally do a lot of transactions using my registered mobile number. I have only one M-Pesa number, which is the one line that I'm using. I don't have two, I have one.
Can we move on to the next question? I don't think the witness has to explain transactions that have nothing to do with this hearing. Senator Tabitha Mutinda. Senator Osotsi. Oh. I haven't seen, sorry.
Well, I want to find out from the witness, just in line with the question that has been posed by Senator Morgan, to confirm or deny that actually, from experience, because we know these things, that maybe some of the money that you are forwarding to the governor were process of corruption? Given that it is clear that some payments were made to you as well before you transferred to the governor.
Chair, I can confirm there was no money which was paid to me from anywhere from the proceeds of corruption to forward to the governor, not at any one time.
Senator Cherarke, quickly, 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Madam Witness, mine will be very short. You said you were fired on 23rd of December via Facebook post. At that point, before you were fired, how was your relationship with the governor? And in your own opinion, what should have been the best way for the governor to dismiss you? And finally, when you are being hired as CCM, did the governor at any instance advise you that you are becoming CCM, so you'll be contributing in all Harambes in Kericho? I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
Okay, let me respond from the first to the last. When at the last point of before we were dismissed, I would say personally, I didn't see it coming. That's why I was actually like surprised. I couldn't believe it. Because the last meeting or an official meeting we had was in Naivasha, where we had met to present the departmental progress. It was a combined meeting between the executive and the county assembly. And after that, we were given leave. We break for Christmas from 23rd up to 2nd of January, only to get it on Facebook. You have been fired. It was a bitter Christmas gift, I can say, to this house. Nevertheless, I told myself, we are in a world whereby you don't see things coming. I've known His Excellency the Governor before even he became the governor, and I wouldn't imagine he would do such a thing. But that's water under the bridge. It's been done, and that's over. To your second question, at no one point were we told that we are supposed to contribute for the Harambes when we were coming in during the induction. It just came in afterwards that actually, as CCs, we are supposed to be supporting the governor for the fundraisings.
Senator Mugatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick one for Madam Witness. You have mentioned before the Senate in your evidence that your contribution that you can give evidence on is about 300,000, but the contribution that you have been given to the governor is in excess of 1.5 million. I just wanted you to maybe clarify to my mind and to the Senate, how are you giving this other money, the difference, the 1.2, how was it? Was it cash? Was it bank transfer? How was it being given? And still on that, I'm sure you sound very well read, very well educated. You must have known you are coming to this Senate. Did you not plan to, buttress the 1.2 million difference? How are you going to explain it? Or was it a statement that was given in bitterness because of the mode at which you were fired? Or what was it? I want you to clarify to myself and to the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Let Senator Onyonka ask his, and then you answer both. Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC, I don't know whether this question should be directed to you or directed to your counsel, because I've seen two of you as being the critical witnesses for this.
Senator Onyonka, the questions are to the witness. Clarify something that the witness has said. Huh?
I am just going to, I shouldn't have gone that way. Let me do this. Do you find anything that is uncomfortable with you being a witness who has worked with the governor and he has fired you, including the gentleman who was there, he was also fired? What does that make you feel? Does the governor fire you after you've done something wrong, or does he fire you after you've refused to do something wrong, which then has put you in the position you are in? Thank you. I just needed that clarity.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll start from the one from the senator from Mungatana. That is the 1.2 million. I have proof and it is here. It is through the PAs. What I gave directly through M-Pesa to the governor is the 300. But the other 1.2 is through his personal assistants, the two of them. On the issue of Senator Onyonga, to me, in my own understanding, it could be when you refuse to do the wrong things that you're expected to do is when you are fired.
Honorable senators will now step down that witness and move on to okay, one minute quickly. Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to ask the witness, is it that you are testifying over this matter because you are looking for your money, or actually it's out of bitterness of having been fired? Number two, Chair, I don't know why we should be discussing this money that is not governed under PFM Act, because they are neither revenue for the county, neither is it equitable share. Why is it a matter in this subject? We are supposed to discuss matters that will affect the conduct of the governor. So I want to know probably whether she's here following up her money, or she's here out of her bitterness. And if that is the matter, this money is not managed under PFM Act. We have nothing
Senator
to do with it as a Senate.
Senator Mandago, she is here as a witness to the county assembly. I'll protect her from that question, kind of question. Senator Tabitha, quickly.
Thank you. I also want to take a minute and ask Madam Witness, because I think what you've been saying now is really high level of some impunity. But mine is as being the professionals, because you've had the first witness and now you, and maybe even the third one will come and say the same thing. Why wouldn't you stop the governor from doing what he was doing to you? Because when I listen to you, I'm just wondering, could other CCs all over the Kenya maybe suffering the way people you are coming to give those witnesses? If it's true what you are saying, because it's unbelievable what you are trying to tell us. But my question is, why wouldn't the CCs, because it seems it's all of you going through the same thing, if that is true, why wouldn't you stop the governor? Because that is one, and you are the many, the majority. That's my question.
Then Senator Nyoto, quickly, and then the witness can answer the two questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the witness is, now that she was sending money to the governor, she sent some money to the governor, and Madam Speaker, the first witness also said that he sent money to the governor or his PAs several times. Was there an expectation, Madam Witness, that once you send this money, that then you're expected to commit some fraud in order for you to be able to recover the money that you are sending to the governor? I wish, Madam Speaker, I asked the same question to the first witness. And is it the submission then of the witness that there is a culture in Kericho county government that the governor receives money from employees on condition then that they will do some fraud with the systems or something and get their money back, send to the governor, and also be left with something on top? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The witness may answer the question, but ignore the bit on the fraud. Answer the question on why yourself and other CECs did not stop it.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I wish to answer the question from Senator from Nakuru. At some point, myself, I contemplated actually resigning because of the pressure. The only unfortunate thing which was there is we had committed our payslips and took mortgage and loans. So at that point, you weigh yourself between how will I repay these things and remembering now you have already started giving out your hard-earned money. So it was like a matter of let me just cool down and then things will sober up. Unfortunately, when we were thinking that things will change, it was now getting worse and worse. So I would just say it is an unfortunate situation, and let no one tell you the CCs in Kericho are enjoying anything, nothing. I can speak that without fear or favor. It's true. From my senator from Wasingishu County, where I was working before I came to Kericho, I'm not here to ask for my money which I gave the governor. No, I'm here to shed light on what's happening. Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 more senators. Senator Eddie, let's do 1 minute each so that we move on. I believe we have quite a number of it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC, the law of equity requires you come to any institution of law or any institution that exercises judicial authority to help you with clean hands. Do you feel in the context of the exercise that you did, which was basically to corrupt the governor for favor, do you think you are in our presence here with clean hands?
I'm clean.
Let's get the other 2 questions and then you answer all of them. Senator Kamar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is a very simple question. Page 74, you have given us the letter of termination. In your own understanding, what was the reason for you being terminated? Because I don't understand this clause, this thing's called executive orders. What is it that is you have been accused of?
And then Senator Omtata.
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the witness, given the pain she has expressed in terms of how she was being managed, and understanding that what she was being asked to do was wrong, did she try to seek the help of law enforcement, like reporting to the Anti-Corruption Commission or any other authority that could maybe protect her? That's all, Madam Speaker.
1 more, Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wanted to ask to the witness, Yeah, after your termination, have you appealed? Have you gone to court over the same? Now that you know the process has not been followed by the governor on the termination of a CC?
You may now answer the questions.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll start from the one from the Senator from Wasingishu, Margaret Kamar. Madam Senator, Executive Order 1 of 2022, 1 of 2023, and 1 of 2024 were only rearrangement of offices, just like you are transferred from one department to another. So there was nothing like you violate anything. As long as you've reported you are discharging your duties, there was no violation of anything. When there is an issue of VSCC, I have not reported anywhere. And also there is the issue of our case, the appeal. We will seek for compensation when the right time comes.
Senator Mwaruma. Move to the next speaker. It's on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. You are using the M-Pesa statement to show that the governor abused office. Do you have any other way of corroborating that information, like a message from the governor, a call recording, or it is just that statement you want to rely on? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I can respond to that.
Yes, proceed.
I am, if given a chance to produce the same, because I know I have to go through a court and produce my conversations through the Safaricom, I'll be able to provide.
The witness may now be stepped down. Counsel for County Assembly. No, the speaker, the witness may be stepped down, please. We'll move on to the next witness. Counsel.
I'm Edna Chepkirui. Currently, I'm a business lady as well as a farmer.
Previously, what was your engagement or relationship with the county government of Kericho?
I was a CC in the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperatives Management until the 23rd of December 2024.
What was the recruitment process for you? Was it competitive or it was a direct nomination by the governor?
It was competitive.
By competitive, what do you exactly mean?
I mean the positions were advertised, we applied, and then we went through a panel and we were selected. After that, we were vetted by the County Assembly of Kericho, and our names were forwarded to the governor for appointment.
So do you term your employment as being on merit?
Yeah, it was on merit.
Thank you. You have also talked about in your affidavit at paragraph 4 that your employment was terminated on 23rd of December 2024.
Actually, when I remember, it's just very emotional for me. On the 23rd of December, I was seated with my family, ready for dinner. And then on Facebook, my son is telling me, Mom, are you aware you've been dismissed? What did you do? And then I was like, no, it can't happen. My son told, but it is in the Facebook page of the governor. Why are you saying it's not so? Then I, checking on it, I saw 6 of us have been dismissed on a 23rd at 7 p.m. on a Facebook page without prior notification that we will be terminated. It was so sad. On a 23rd of, we were going for Christmas to enjoy with our children. Here we are. You are being told, go home.
Thank you. Kindly point to the senators the specific page where that Facebook post is contained.
The Facebook page, it's on page 73.
73 of volume 4.
Volume 4A.
4A.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that that is the official page, Facebook of the governor?
Yeah, it is.
Proceed and briefly read to the senators the comments that were made by the governor in that Facebook post.
For immediate release, reorganization of government, pursuant to Section 179 of the Constitution of Kenya and County Government Act, Section 32(3), I, Honorable Eric Kipkoech Mutai, PhD, Governor, Kericho County, in exercise of executive authority, have made the following changes in the county government executive. Pursuant to paragraph 23 of the section of the service of the county executive, together with section 41 of the County Government Act number 17 of 2012, I have given notice to termination of contract to the following county executive members. A, Honorable Kipruta Malel. B, Honorable Rosemary Rob. C, Honorable Edna Tanui, that is me. D, Honorable Leonard Ngetich. E, Honorable Bernard B. Honorable Brian Langat.
Thank you. Prior to that Facebook post, had you been subjected to any disciplinary action?
No.
By the County Public Service Board or the governor himself or any other known mechanism in law?
No.
You had not?
Yeah.
Was this the first time you were hearing about the termination of your employment?
It was the first time, and at first I didn't believe it. Only to see now the comments from people on Facebook telling us, Pole, it was humiliating. In my 50 years that I've lived, I've never been subjected to such a thing.
Pole, Edna, eventually, did you ever get any official communication from the county?
On the 24th, I got a message from the governor's secretary telling us to go and pick the letters, which I didn't go for it on that day because already I had traveled out for Christmas holiday with my family. So I picked my letter on the 27th of December.
What was the reason given for your termination?
The reasons given for the termination were executive order. It was therefore the executive order number 1 of 2022, 1 of 2023, and executive order 1 of 2024, which in those executive orders, it was just the normal rearrangement of government where you are transferred from one department to another department, of which at no one point I was transferred and I refused to move. In the 2 years I served in Kericho County, I was in health department when I joined. That was in 4th of November 2022. In April 2023, I was moved to Public Service Management, PSM, and I moved without question. I handed over. On the 26th of October 2023, I was moved from PSM to Agriculture, and that is where I exited from.
Had you received any form of notice to show cause? Or
No.
an appraisal of any kind?
None at all.
None. Edna, then why would the governor abruptly on his Facebook page dismiss you from employment?
Up to date, I can tell this house I've never known, but I have some instincts are telling me maybe because I was unable to continue giving out the money the way he used to sometimes tell us to support him in the fundraisers, but we had committed our payslips, we were unable to still support. So at that point, I just told myself maybe that could be one of the reasons.
You have made a serious allegation there. Did the governor make request for you to provide money to him at any given time?
I did.
Honorable Senators, let's turn to page 79 of our volume 4A, transaction 101. Sorry, page 80, transaction 35. Page 80, transaction 35. Edna, kindly tell us whether you made any transaction, to whom, what time, and how much was it?
This is a transaction which was done on the 30th of June.
Council, please guide senators on the exact.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's page
please.
80, transaction 35.
Which one is that?
Of
Please
four-
guide them.
I mean, we have to count physically because these are transactions, honorable senators. It is four from the bottom. Four from the bottom.
Four from the bottom?
Yes. In volume 4A. It's actually number 5. Number 5 from the bottom. Page 80. To whom was that money sent, Edna?
To one Dr. Eric Mutai, who is the governor, Kericho County.
How
from
much
my
was it?
M-Pesa number 0722-734522.
How much was it?
10,000.
Page 81, the next page, the last transaction, honorable senators. How much was sent and to whom? The last transaction at page 81.
It was on date 23rd of June, 2024. Again to Dr. Eric Mutai, 30,000 from my M-Pesa.
Page 82, the 5th transaction from the top. Page 82, transaction 5 from the top. How much and to whom?
It was from my M-Pesa to Dr. Eric Mutai, 20,000.
Page 83, transaction 22 from the top. Page 83, transaction 22 from the top.
Yeah, this was in December, 24th of December, 2023. I sent 100,000 to His Excellency Dr. Eric Mutai from my M-Pesa to his M-Pesa line.
Page 84, transaction 30.
That was on 17th of December, 2023 to Dr. Eric Mutai from my M-Pesa, 40,000 to his M-Pesa.
Page 85, transaction 31. How much and to whom?
It was on 14th of November, 2023. That is to Dr. Eric Mutai. This is 10,000 from my M-Pesa.
How were these requests made, Edna?
The requests were made through phone calls. You are called, you are told, I have something urgent to attend to Waziri. Kindly send me some 10,000, 20,000, or sometimes you would say, I need some 100,000. If you don't have, send maybe like 20, 50 if you have. Sometimes he would give me the phone numbers of the his PA. There is one Robinson Kiplangat and Rene Kipsang, who normally the governor would call and tell me, I need some amount put to this line, and the rest is just there.
Are there instances where you gave money in any other form other than M-Pesa?
Oh. There are other forms, but I cannot prove here, so I wouldn't want even to dwell on that.
How much money in your estimation have you given to the governor pursuant to his requests?
From what I estimate via M-Pesa, direct to him and through to the aides is close to 1.6 million.
1.6 million?
Yeah.
And where was the source of this money, Edna?
Before I joined the county government of Kericho, I used to work in Wasingishu as a career civil servant, Ministry of Health, as a senior public health officer, until when I got the job. I took early retirement, which I was not ready for it anyway, but nevertheless I did. And I'm a business lady. I run an hardware. I'm a landlady. I have residential houses, so I have many businesses. So that is the source of my income, and I also do farming.
Thank you. Let's go to paragraph 23 of your affidavit at page 101. There was an incident that was alluded to by a witness who preceded you. You have also highlighted the same incidents in your affidavit. Can you kindly tell us what you meant at paragraph 23?
Okay, on that day, there was a meeting at the boardroom. After the meeting, the governor told us to go to his office. Unfortunately for myself, I didn't go because already I knew the first team who had gone there, they were forced to sign a resignation in a blank. So I told myself, I cannot take myself to a slaughterhouse. Let it come, if it will come, in a different style. But I'll not sign.
So you did not sign for...
I didn't sign any blank resignation. I didn't.
Thank you. In respect to the remarks made against Mr. Geoffrey, you have also alluded to that fact, that you were in that meeting, correct?
Yes, it's unfortunate, and for me as a mother, it really pains, because no one chooses to have a certain child, and if nature makes you to be whom you are, no one should ridicule anyone. It's unfortunate. It's not only for the former CEO, Geoffrey, but who the governor used to use so many words to describe him as a person. I thought this young man was just physically disabled. He's also mentally disabled, which is, for a mother like me, it's painful and it's unfortunate to come from a leader. So such words are heavy. Even as he used to like demeaning us in cabinet, you are clueless, CCs. Then at some point I would sit and ask myself, fine, I could be clueless, but why are you asking money from a clueless CC?
Thank you. I think we've already addressed that, Edna. The question is, were you present when the governor uttered those specific words?
Yes.
Thank you. You are before Senate to testify on the governor's conduct, and you have highlighted that at paragraph 2. What are the specific complaints you have against the governor? What are the violations that you are accusing the governor of?
One, the unlawful termination of my contract, which he made me to take an early retirement at an age of 50. I still had another 10 years to work in the public service, but he decided to offer me a job for 5 years, which I signed the contract, But early, 2 years, he decided to terminate the contract without the proper procedure.
Does the law, specifically the Employment Act and the County Government Act, give the governor mandate to arbitrarily terminate the employment of a CC?
Through a procedure.
Through a procedure. Was that procedure followed?
No.
Thank you very much, Edna. Madam Speaker, that is all for this witness.
Council for County Assembly, you now have 2 hours, 1 minute. We now move on to cross-examination. Council for Governor.
Good evening, Madam Edna.
Good evening, Wakili.
Your complaints mainly are to the issue of your termination and your complaint about being asked to remit money, isn't it? Okay. Now I'd like us to start with the issue of termination. Now, you have an extra copy of your employment. You have an extra copy of your employment contract, which is at page 72 of volume 4A, isn't it? You recall annexing it, isn't it? Your letter of employment.
Yes.
And it is, Honorable Senators, I'm referring to Assembly's bundle, volume 4A, page 68 to 71. Sorry, to page 72. Now, could you confirm that indeed
Did you say page 72?
Yes, page 68 to 72, and my interest is in page 72, clause number 23. Edna, could you confirm that that contract provided that your relationship could be terminated by a notice?
Yes, I was aware.
Yes, and it's a 1-month notice, isn't it?
I'm aware of that.
And you're given 1 month notice of termination, isn't it?
Yes.
You confirm that, okay. Now, number 2 is, it is true also that as we speak now, you have filed a case in court challenging your termination.
We don't have any case.
You did not file any case?
We withdrew the case.
Or you withdrew the case?
Yes, so we don't have any case.
You don't have any case as we speak?
Yes.
It is also true that you attempted to get the court to give an order to stay your termination, isn't it?
Yes, at that time, before the end of our termination.
And it was unsuccessful?
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Edna, being the knowledgeable person that you are, if you are genuinely aggrieved and you felt you had an entitlement in the sense of the termination of your employment, it is the court that would have determined that issue, isn't it? Is there any expectation on your part that this Senate can give you back your job?
I'm not here to be given back my job.
Okay. So if you are aggrieved about your termination and you wanted redress, you would have maintained your case in court, isn't it?
I'm here because of the abuse of office.
Okay, I'll leave that question there. Now, you said you took us through various pages where you said you send money to His Excellency.
Yes.
Could we look at one of them? The first entry, could you tell us again where what your first claim of remittance of the money is where? Could you just indicate to us those page?
8.
Yeah?
There is 8.
Should we say
There's
that?
81.
81, page 81. Now, could we look at that entry at page 81? Could you tell the honorable senators the name indicated there? Just say out the name.
It's Mutai Eric.
It's written Mutai Eric. Could you confirm that his phone number is not indicated on the exhibit you have brought to court?
It is indicated.
Does it show all the numbers? Does it show his full number?
It is normal for M-Pesa not to show the full name, not to show the full number, but I'm 100% sure he's the one, and I'm the one who did the transaction. I'm 100% sure.
Okay. I will ask you the question again. I don't know which question you're answering. I'll ask you the question again. Page 81, you have shown and contended that Eric Mutai, who you show at the bottom, is the governor. Could you again answer the question I've asked you? Does it show the full number of the governor there?
It shows hash *2547 and then stars 004.
So it doesn't
and
show
then
the full,
Mutai Eric.
So it doesn't show the full number name.
It doesn't
number,
show
isn't
the
it?
full number, but
Thank you. That's all I was
governor.
asking you. That's all I was asking you, madam. And that is the same with all the transactions, isn't it?
It's normal for M-Pesa
That's not the
settlement.
question.
That is how it's removed.
Edna, that's not the question. The question is, all the interest you have taken us through doesn't have the full number, isn't it?
It doesn't.
Thank you. Now, part of your contention is that whose money was this you are sending?
My money.
It's your personal money?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the requisition for this money made?
Through phone calls.
Through phone calls.
Yes.
Now, apart from the Exhibit 81, the exhibits of the M-Pesa's dispatch that you've shown us, have you presented to this court any call logs that His Excellency called you to tell you, please send me any money?
If need be, I can present.
Please answer my question. As you stand there, have you brought anything to show that indeed His Excellency called you?
I have some messages from him.
I've asked you, have you brought any call logs?
I can present. I have.
You don't have with you here.
I have.
Have you annexed to your affidavit?
It's not in the affidavit, but I have it.
Now, did you say, in fairness to Governor, that he would call you and say, kindly send the money? Did you say that?
Yeah,
your advocate asked you how
you want me to use the name, the words that he normally uses, or I just put it? Yeah, he calls you. Waziri, I have a fundraiser, or I have something to sort. Send this money. When you say I don't have that, look even for, if you can get 20, if you can get that, maybe that he had asked for 100 and I don't have the 100, you will tell me, send even 50.
Now, and he would request you?
I wouldn't call it a request, because sometimes when you say I don't have, you get insults.
And have you captured that insult anyway?
Yeah, if I can remove my call logs, you'll just be muffled.
From the way you are so unhappy, you obviously would have produced them if they were there, isn't it, Edna?
If I can be given a chance, I can produce them.
I will move on to a different issue, madam. Now, you say in your affidavit, you said you've sent him about 1.6 million, 1.5 million, but in your testimony today, you say it's 1.6. So is it 1.5 or 1.6?
I said more than 1.5.
More than 1.5. Yeah. But the truth of it is that what you've presented, assuming to us is, because we don't have his full names, we don't have his full numbers. Assuming it was true, what you've shown us does not exceed 200,000, does it?
300.
About 300.
Yes.
And for the difference of what you say, you don't have anything, do you?
I have them.
Do you have it here in
Yes.
the...
Yeah, it is there.
Okay. In the M-Pesa printout that you've given us? Is it in the M-Pesa printout that you've given us?
M-Pesa to... Irene Chepkwony. And Nyatich Kipsang. Both of them are the PAs to the governor.
And it is your presumption that when you send it to those people, they are giving it to governor?
I don't assume because I send the money after I get a call from the governor himself.
But you don't have any call logs to say that the correlation between the
I've
two?
said if given a chance to produce to need be, I'll produce them. I'll go to Safaricom and I'll get them.
Madam Speaker, that's all I have for this witness.
Thank you, Counsel for Governor. You have 1 hour 34 minutes.
Either direct to the witness or to counsel. You need to do that under 2 minutes. Senator Veronica Maina.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will ask directly to the witness. I want you to go to page 17. Let's say from page 13 to 17. The one that has the system audit logs and the username that you chose to apply together with the password. It is true that that username being the IPPD number,
yes,
together with ID was information that was available to the Secretariat at the Assembly.
True.
It was available.
Yes.
Meaning anybody would have accessed if they had that information, like from the finance department where payments are made.
But they were not aware about the link that I sent to the members and the username that they were using.
I'm asking you if that information was available and somebody had the link because the proceedings were public, everybody knew that motion was happening.
Yes,
They could easily access.
that is true.
The platform, this electronic voting system that you created, when did you create it?
We started immediately when the standing orders were amended, and we didn't know when the division will come, so we were not so fast in doing it.
I asked, when did you create it? A week before, 2 days before?
2 days before is when we made it live.
In your ICT policy, you
Yes.
said you have an ICT policy
Yeah, we have.
in Kericho.
We have.
In your ICT policy, what process does that system, is that subsystem?
Senator Enoch Wambua.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will ask my 2 or 3 questions to the IT expert. First, I want to know whether the IP address is assigned to a gadget or to an individual.
The IP address, under the IP address, the first two numbers, that is like 105.106, is assigned to the network. That is to the network. Then the rest is assigned to the gadget.
Mr. Speaker, I asked that question because I also have some knowledge on IT. It is impossible to get more than one login using the same credentials at the same time. If you have logged in using whatever password you have used or whatever IPPD address you've been assigned, you have to log out and log in afresh.
That is true.
You cannot log in twice at the same time. And yet I see on page 13 of volume 4A, there is a person that has logged in twice at the same time, voted 2 seconds later, and until this document was brought to us, that person is still logged in. They did not log out. I want to understand from the IT expert, how is it that there are some people that logged in and logged out?
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have two issues, Mr. Speaker. One is maybe a comment on the application that was requested by the Governor's Council, whether she should release it now or later after we clear with the witness. If not, then I have a question for the witness. He has alluded to the fact that this system was never tested before by the MCAs. And you know, not everybody is an ICT expert. Actually, it is today I'm learning that Senator Wambua has some knowledge in ICT. I thought he's just a journalist. Myself, I'm an environmentalist, so I'm not an IT expert. Therefore, I'm asking the administrator of the system, why did you not test the system with your client, the MCAs, before you went to the vote? Because for sure, even ourselves, we have a system in this house, but we did even some orientation when the system was installed in the both houses of parliament. So why did you go that route? Did you put this system just specifically for the vote of the impeachment motion? And if you are not accurate or you are not sure whether it will work, or members won't be able to use it, why couldn't you go the manual way? Because members were in the chamber and they could have voted in a very verifiable manner. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Onyonka. Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to go back to the clarification I wanted to seek. You made a presentation and I got halfway through and I felt I actually didn't get what I expected you to educate me on. How many people, according to you, voted?
33.
33 people?
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also have our voting system, like the Deputy Speaker has said. What is not clear to me is that how, and I want you to clarify to me, we are 47, like you are 47 in your place when we are doing some voting. And we take only like 2 minutes. When the system starts operating, it's like 2 minutes, 60 seconds. In fact, 60 seconds, everyone has voted. Now, you say it is 5 minutes for you. I'm wondering, okay, you are ruling, your standing orders allows for 5 minutes. But then you tell us you had 11 minutes, 44 seconds. What was happening in between here? Is this system really foolproof? And then you say you are camping in the system as the systems administrator. Is it really foolproof? I want you to clear to me and make me confident that there was nothing fishy going on between that period of time. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, I'm an IT expert with verifiable credentials and background. Mr. Speaker, my friend in the profession, there are 4 MCAs who it is contested that whether they voted or not. 3 of them, Chepkirui Edna Tonui, Bosubet Kibet Hillary, and Martin Kiplangat, had the same IP on voting, 41, 139, 237, 129. Could you explain how that occurred? And if you are challenged to provide the MAC addresses of the devices that we're using, are you able to provide that to differentiate the votes of the three? And then finally, I listened in amazement as Counsel for County Assembly say that they copied and pasted logs. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, a similar matter came up before the Supreme Court. It was established that logs can only be verifiable if they're extracted in the presence of both parties. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to admit logs that have been generated by one party, copied and pasted, and where counsel even admits that there are errors as far as they're concerned. Is the county assembly willing to extract the logs in the presence of the governor and the presence of an independent witness provided by the Senate, as was established in 2017? Thank you.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not an ICT expert, so I will ask basic questions. I'm a lawyer. Mr. Witness, and I request that you write down, does it mean, I have had the assertion that there are some MCAs who have Mulika Mwizi phones. Does this SMS link are able to send to Mulika Mwizi phones, the one for voting? Number two, in Standing Order number 77 was adopted and passed by the House in October 2024. Does it mean that the County Assembly has an obligation to train the MCAs from Standing Order number 1, all the standing orders in the standing orders of Kericho County Assembly? And finally, I have seen, that's clarity. Does it mean the IPPD and ID numbers that belong to MCAs through the Speaker, does it mean that those numbers are available to the public? Public meaning people who work outside. For example, does the governor and the county government, the county executive of Kericho aware of the IPPD and ID numbers of the MCAs within the county assembly? And finally, Speaker, on this issue of, you have seen on volume 1, page 6, that there are some MCAs who did not go with the phones into the chamber. After the adoption of Standing Order 77, were they aware that they were supposed to receive their links or SMS links in their phones? I yield, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, sorry, I just want clarification, page 31. Did you say that the IP address that looks similar, these MCAs voted from the same gadget?
We have the static IP within the chambers.
Did they use the same gadget, the same laptop? These three who were assisted?
With the static IP, it can allow multiple users to log in using that static. It doesn't,
same gadget?
Maybe the person who was inside the chambers can confirm how they voted.
Okay. If you were to assist one MCA, roughly how many minutes does it take? One who doesn't understand the system.
Like a minute.
A minute?
Yes.
Now, finally, there is one who was assisted at 1922.27 seconds, and the next one was assisted at 1922.33 seconds. Can you move from one MCA to another within 5 seconds?
Which one was that?
Excuse me. Can you assist two MCAs within 5 seconds?
Kindly refer to the volume, please.
I said it, page 31.
Yes.
You assisted an MCA at 1922.27 seconds.
Yes.
And the next one, 1922.33. That means the difference of 5 seconds.
That is the issue of the static IP. It can allow multiple devices to log in using the same IP.
You know, I'm referring, the IP address is the same.
Yes.
The explanation is that the gadget was one. They were using the same gadgets, and these we are lost. That's the clarification I need from you. You need to convince me what happened. IP address is the same, and the time taken is 5 seconds. If you convince me, I'll be persuaded. I'm lost there. Do you get me?
Yes, I do.
Would you want to respond to it, or you respond later as you respond to
Later.
the...
Okay.
That should be easy.
The only clarification is that
Senator,
the use of
witness,
static. Yes.
Witness,
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
let me make it easier. The senator is referring to the assisted MCAs. If they're not assisted, then they can log in at the same time because they're not assisted.
Yes.
But these ones were being assisted.
I
So you
believe-
assist one,
Yes.
you clear with one, then you go assist the other one. Now his concern is the efficiency that was deployed in that in assisting.
We
those,
had two ICT officers within the chambers. And we have the static IP. I think the issue came from the static IP that we are using in the chambers.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Alfred Korir,
Yes.
you have truly impressed me with your honesty when you're responding to the question raised by the two young lawyers from the governor's side. I would like you to uphold that standard. And the question is this: cybersecurity expects the highest standards. The reason why end-to-end encryption is the standard, specifically to address what is disturbing us now, namely to make it impossible for unauthorized persons to access the system.
Yes.
So given that you honestly accepted that your system is not foolproof, do you still want the Senate to use your evidence to remove the governor when it was porous? That's question number one. The last question, since you've said you're the expert, who asked you to advise the County Assembly of Kericho to use a system which you, the expert, knew was porous?
Senator Day3 Sekinyi.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The Speaker. Other than policies of the Kericho County, e-voting systems must comply with other national existing legal and regulatory frameworks. Is there any nationally that you think you may not have complied with?
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is true. An assembly can have a static IP address. That is the router. But that router will give different IP addresses to all the gadgets. So you cannot have an IP address the same from each gadget. I'm an IP expert, IT expert. My question is, yeah, verified. My question is, it is hypothetical, Mr. Speaker. From the IT department of Kericho Assembly, can you recommend your system to IEBC so that probably they can use this system in the next general election? That's one. And question number two, Mr. Speaker, question number two, we have seen that one IP address voted about 8 times, 9 times. My question is to the Council for the Governor. Are these 9 people who are voted for the one who have already done an affidavit to say they were voted for? Those are my questions. But Mr. Speaker, this is a classic case of a proxy voting system. Thank you.
Senator Moma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the witness, the matter before the Senate is for us to determine whether there was a valid vote taken in respect of the impeachment of the governor, how many MCS voted, and I would want you to indicate how many MCAs who are present? How many voted? And can you confirm that nobody voted for any MCA? Is that evidence before us?
Senator Kisang, or the Senator from Narok County.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine are two questions. Question number one is, who made the decision to use a system that had not been used before on a critical matter like this? Secondly, as the County Assembly of Kericho, are you registered as a data processor and data controller or not? Number three is, as an IT expert, yourself and myself, I have 34 years of practice. Did you send the IBBD numbers and IT number and ID numbers as bulk, or you sent to each person individually? And what was the use of using? Because I believe each MCA, they know their own IBBD numbers and they know their IDs. Do you have a system also to regularly assist the MCAs to change their passwords? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The expert in the House, yesterday when you argued on the principles and requirements of a secure e-system, you argued that ID was the best to use for password generation. Yet we know that any member of the public's ID numbers are everywhere in the county documents. So why was there no other, or do you have any other way that you could be able to have given password access? For instance, generation of OTPs, so that it is a second layer verification. Number two, this was the first time you are adjusting the existing system to a voting system. And therefore you say that you designed this system to meet that in the shortest time possible. In an event where Senator Kajwang has asked for us to access the logs, and the governor said to access the logs, in an event where you cannot share with us that, can you share with us a rational unified process, especially looking at the project duration and software increments that you did? Can you share with us that in this house, or can you take us through your RUP process?
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alfred, I want to point you to page 12, where it's contained, where message confirmation report is contained on electronic voting link. In that page, I wanted you to confirm whether that link is manually or system generated.
Are you done, Senator?
Two, if it's system generated, why is entry number 13 a 25-digit number while all others are 24-digit number?
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To the witness, it is your evidence that you said each member takes a minute. And on page 29 to page 32, 9 persons voted on the same IP address. And it is your evidence also, said there are 2 devices in the premises. So the IP address is on a particular device. So my question is, unless you want us to remove the governor on a flimsy excuse, why should you use the same IP address? That takes 1 minute for each person. That's already 9 minutes. How is it possible that these people took 9 minutes to vote on the same IP address? Definitely they've used a system. So tell this honorable house, how did it happen that you used 9 minutes for 9 persons? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know from the witness, for how long have they been using the electronic voting system in the County Assembly of Kericho? That is point number one. Number two, I also wanted to know, in the event of system failure, which system have they kept in place to assist the members of County Assembly of Kericho to vote? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Bwana Spika. Swali langu ni kwa mkurugenzi wa IT. Hii ni mara ya pili ya kutumua gavana wa Kericho. Na unajua kuna two-thirds. Katika kona zote, kila kitu yote siku hizi ni IT. Kama ni kwa election, kama ni nini, siku hizi watu warudi kwa numbers. Na kama ulikuwa unataka kusaidia watu wa Kericho na Kenya mzima, kwa nini wakati kazi ilianza ya kufoti, wakati system ileta shida, kwa sababu macho yote ilikuwa kwa wewe, hata kama uko ndani ya shamba, kwa nini au kusimamisha mara moja ndio uweze kusema system ni mbaya, ndio uweze kusema kuwaambia, kwa sababu wakati wa voting ndio uweze waende kusema kutafuta watu wawili wa kusema yes na no wasimamishwe pale, ndio waweze kupata two-thirds. Bwana Spika, swali langu ni hilo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. My question to the witness is, I want to know if this Peter on page 15 of volume 4A and 16 and 17 who tried to log in so many times and the login failed, if he was ever assisted to vote. And I would also want to ask, this is a very heavy matter of impeachment. And when we look at the system, it had problems. How come you continued with it and allowed MCS to vote through the same system which had difficulties in voting for an impeachment? This is a heavy matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the IT expert. You know, in the age of cybersecurity, I waited for you to mention what kind of firewalls you had put to ensure that we do not have unlawful intrusion. If you did have such a firewall, would you kindly provide us with the logs that showed that there were people who attempted to log in and they were actually denied entry? The second question is, why was it not easy for you to use randomly generated passwords instead of you designated passwords to the MCAs which could be manipulated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate today we are doing the job or the work of the MCAs on how they voted, whether they voted or not, which is not our work as a Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can as well call those MCAs to come and vote here to establish the truth of the matter, because it seems now the doubt is how they voted, who didn't vote, and how many times, which is not our work. We are here, when a governor is brought here, we look at the issues and impeach the governor, or we save him. But now we're doing the work of the MCAs, Mr. Speaker. That is not the work of this House. It is very unfortunate. We either bring those MCAs here to vote before the eyes of the senators to establish the truth of the matter and close this case once and for all. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Wakoli.
No question there.
Asante.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Okoli, you may proceed.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kulingana na mawasilishi ya mawakili, kumekuwa na mtafaruku kwamba kuna wale walipiga kura kupitia simu na wengine kupitia vipatakalishi. Langu ni je, ama kwa Wakenya waelewe, ni kina nani walipiga kura kupitia simu za rununu na wangapi walitumia kompyuta? Pili, kulingana na uweledi wa mtaalamu huyu, kuna thibitisho kupitia kanda ya video kama sasa jumba la Senate wa Kenya wanafuata moja kwa moja. Kuna thibitisho kwamba waliopiga kura walikuwa ndani ya jumba la County Assembly, ama ni wapiga kura hewa ambao tu kupitia nambari ulizosema wanathibitishwa. Na mwisho kabisa, wewe kama mtaalam, iwaje hauelewi mfumo, mbinu ama sheria ambazo zapaswa viongozi katika jumba la county kupiga kura? Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Morango James.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika, nilikuwa nimezima kwa sababu swali lilikuwa nataka kuuliza lilikuwa ulizwa na Senator Wakoli.
Take your seat, Senator Methu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would just want to confirm from the witness who is on the stand, and the witness has taken an oath. There are so many documents here. The witness on the stand has sworn with the Bible. Mr. Witness, just a confirmation. Is it your position before God and before the Senate that indeed that 3 MCAs voted or 28 MCAs voted? That would be my first concern. And the second one, do you actually also know the implication of the oath that you have taken before this House if it is later found out, indeed because it can be found out, that not that 3 MCAs voted and 28 voted? Do you actually know the implication of that oath that you have taken as a witness before this House?
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you go to volume 4A, page 12, if you look at the bulk SMS that has been sent, if you look at the bulk SMS that has been sent, there are 28 out of 47. So why did the member send, I mean the witness sent only 28 and not 47 as a bulk SMS? Two, you have 47 MCs, and I think they are all in the chamber at that time. Where are those who abstained and those who have not voted against the governor?
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just get some clarification in terms of the IP addresses. I was listening to the counsel for the governor cross-examining the witness and referred to the issue of the IP address. And the first question which was asked, which is what I want clarity, is whether or not one device or two devices can use the same IP address. That is the question. Number two, the question goes to the witness. I want to know whether at the Kericho County Assembly, there is a Wi-Fi router or all the MCAs vote using their unique phone numbers. Whether there is one Wi-Fi router that produces one static IP address that is shared among several devices, or whether each of those members of the assembly are using their own phones to be able to vote. And finally, whether the device which was used based on the IP addresses listed on page 29, 30, and 31, the one that you allege were assisted voters, whether the laptop which was used to exercise this vote was sharing the same IP address or the same router or the same Wi-Fi, because I heard you saying that you get fiber from Safaricom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Witness, you may now respond to those queries.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'll start by the question about the Wi-Fi and the users within the assembly. We have a Wi-Fi that is dedicated to the chambers, and I've said it has a static IP. That's why it's picking exact IP all along. But I'll make my assistant come and clarify very well whether the multiple devices that access. So the multiple access using the static IP, I believe the IP can be used by more than one device. So that's why it happened in several pages here. Number two, members use either laptops or their phones to vote, and we are allocated a laptop in the chambers for voting. On the implication of the oath, I understand, Honorable Senator Matthew, that I know the implications, and on the number of MCAs who voted from the system, I can say as an administrator, there are 33 votes casted, and the authenticity of the votes, because there are 4 contesting the votes, is what as an expert at the back end, since I was not in the chambers, cannot confirm. When the members take their stand, they will confirm whether they voted or somebody actually voted on their behalf. On confirmation of votes within, that one I think I've talked about. There is an issue about the firewalls, and I can confirm.
Mr. Witness, is it possible to mention the question that you are responding to? The senator who asked the question.
I didn't note the name of the senators.
Oh.
So I'll just answer them. So on the password generation, where I used the IDs, that was the easiest method for my honorable members of Kericho County Assembly to remember immediately the ID because of the timelines of 5 minutes. I've realized the Senate has got a voting system that is taking a minute because there are these electronic voting machines. Should they have had the electronic voting machines, it could have been faster. So I was thinking of the best way, they can easily log in and cast their votes with the shortest time possible. The issue of alternative voting when the electronic system failed is available in the standing orders where they could have taken a roll call, but at that time, the results didn't indicate that there was an error or there was a problem with the votes, since it recorded 33 votes. So the other members who didn't vote remain in pending. That shows they didn't trigger the voting pattern, and that is why under the display dashboard, we only have 0-0 because they didn't log in to either abstain in the system or vote no. I think I can answer those ones. I've not chosen to answer. I'm trying to. The decision to use data processor, the decision to use data processor or data experts. I think I didn't get that question correct.
Honorable Senators, you know, if the questions have not been answered, it is you to make the decision at the end of the day in one or the other. So you cannot force him to give you answers that he doesn't have. So if you are done, then we can step you down and yes.
Okwon Job Oguya, that's your name, correct?
Yes.
Do you know a person called Weldon Kipyegon Langat? You know, either you do or you don't.
I believe I know.
Knowledge of somebody is not belief.
Yes.
Either you know somebody or do you know somebody called Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
Yes.
How well do you know him?
Not so well. We just met. We met yesterday.
Mr. Oguya, we'll need to start on an honest note. How well do you know Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
Not very well.
Just put your mouth on the microphone and address me, address the speaker directly. How well do you know Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
Not very well.
For how long have you known him?
Just this week.
You knew him just this week?
Yes.
When he was contracting you to sign this report?
Okay. For purposes of...
No, you knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. True or not true?
I physically...
Witness, can you please answer the question?
I physically knew him when this week. But
I'm saying you knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. That is a very critical question because we are dealing with a professional. You knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. True or not true?
True.
Truth is, Weldon Kipyegon report, Langat prepared this report and got you to sign it. True or not true?
Not true.
I'm saying the truth is, Weldon Kipyegon Langat prepared this report and procured you to put your signature on it. Please reflect on that question and answer.
No.
What interaction did you have with Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week?
There was no solid interaction with him.
Give us the liquid or gaseous one.
I believe it was just on the system check.
What about the system check? Because that's the critical question keeping these senators here today. What about it?
That was, you know, as a team of IT experts, it's just to like hit the wall and find out somebody's observance of the system.
You observed this system with him?
No, we observed.
So what interaction did you have with the Weldon Kipyegon Langat? That is my simple and straightforward question.
As I've said, the interaction was just on maybe name basis.
It can't be maybe. You knew Weldon Langat this week. You had a specific interaction with him. What interaction did you have with him?
And as I've said, it was more of just observation of the system, but no more details in-depth details.
Tell us what exactly that entailed. That more of observation. What particulars? What did you do with him regarding the system?
For us on our side, we just shared what we had observed, but we did not get information from him.
I've told you earlier, Weldon Kipyegon Langat is the one who contracted to sign this report you have denied.
The report was made by us.
I've said he's the one who contracted to sign this report you have denied. What interaction did you have with Weldon Kipyegon Langat? And remember always, I only ask questions whose answers I know. So proceed. What interaction did you have with Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
And that's why I've said we didn't have, that is the only thing that we interacted.
I don't even know what it is. So now state it. What is it? I want to understand what it is.
That is observation of the system. That's observation of...
Okay, tell us what observation of the system entails, the particulars of observation of the system.
That is, if it's secure.
You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding if the system is secure?
Yeah.
What were his observations?
On his side, I don't believe...
What were his observations on that issue?
I can't recall I can't recall his answer.
Sorry, Mr. Job Oguya, you are an adult. Yes?
Yes.
Let's admit what we can, deny what we can, but within parameters of truth. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week. The first aspect of interaction was observation if this system is secure. Is that what you told the senators? Is that what you've told the senators?
Yes, that's after our report.
What were his observations regarding the security of the system?
I can't recall. I can't recall what.
You discussed with Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding this system that keeps the senators here, and you can't remember anything about his observations. Yes?
Yes, because we did.
No, not because. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week regarding this system that is at the center of this motion, and you can't remember anything he said about it. Is that your statement?
Yes.
The only business that brought you and Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week was this system. Did you have any other business?
No.
This is the only agenda that brought you together with Weldon, this system. Correct?
Correct.
And you have forgotten everything that Weldon Kipyegon Langat told you regarding this singular agenda, isn't it?
Maybe you can get together because of a certain...
I'm not seeking hypothesis. Yes. I'm seeking facts. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat for a single agenda, being this system, this week, and you have forgotten everything he told you about that agenda. True or not true?
That is true.
The truth being you have forgotten everything.
Not that I've forgotten anything.
The truth being?
The truth being that we just observed and we did not go.
That's a different question. Yes. I am saying, I've asked you, what were the observations of Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding the security of this system? You have said...
What's your point of order, Senator Dancer?
I think we have observed that the question has been repeated several times. Mr. Speaker, that is called badgering a witness. A witness can say, I know, or I don't know, or I don't remember, and you move to the next question. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to spend the afternoon here listening to the same question repeated several times. We must make progress. We must make progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mugatana, let's allow the witness to answer the question and we proceed. So Senator Mugatana, you overruled that let the witness proceed to answer the question. Question, witness. Don't interrupt, honorable senators. Let's proceed on. We save time. Proceed, witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Counsel, please advance your conversation or interrogation with the witness.
My apologies, Madam Speaker, if I appear to have badgered the witness. It's not in my nature to do that, but let me point out, Job Oguya, I have sought to know what aspects of this system you discussed with Weldon Kipyegon Langat. You have told me you discussed the security of this system. Is that the correct position?
Yes.
I have sought to know what the views, the observations of Weldon Kipyegon Langat were regarding the security of this system this week.
Maybe ask again. I've not got your question.
Counsel, please advance your questions. There are certain answers given by this witness.
Thank you.
Advance your question.
Thank you.
I know
let me
he's
now move
witness.
to the clincher. You know that Weldon Kipyegon Langat is the ICT advisor at the governor's office in Kericho County. Do you know that?
No, I don't know.
When you met Weldon Kipyegon Langat, he told you where does he work? What does he do for a living?
We did not exchange those pleasantries.
So you are interacting with him regarding this system as who? What was his capacity as you interacted with him?
This system, we are interacting with various people within the team.
No. Just answer my question. Regarding Weldon Kipyegon Langat, you interacted with him in his capacity as who?
Frankly, we don't know his capacity.
You met a stranger whose capacity you don't know and began discussing with him this system. Is that the correct position?
Yes, but he
Thank
wasn't
you, thank you. Let me make progress.
Yes.
Let's now go to the substance of your report. Your report is at volume 5 of the governor's document from page 29 to page 37. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
But then let me pause back a little, Madam Speaker. Pause, not together. Let me put some question first. Who contracted you as a professional to do this report? Who was your client in preparing this report?
We were brought in by the lawyers.
Who was your client? You know, a client is somebody who is known. Lawyer is a generic word. Who was your client? Who is paying your fees? Who is your client?
It's the governor's team, which includes the lawyers and the consultants.
Did you talk to a particular person to do this work, a particular human being by name? Did a particular person contract you? Or was the letter signed by a particular person?
Please repeat. Yeah.
Counsel, you know that question is answered. He's given you the team that contracted him. Please move on to next question. Advance.
Madam Speaker, my apologies. The question of the lawyers has been answered, and now I know which lawyer by name. It's a different question.
Proceed.
Thank you. Give us the name of the lawyer who contracted you.
This was, I believe we were, it's, it was, I believe it was Peter.
Give us the full name of the lawyer, kindly. I don't know a lawyer by generic name Peter. What's the full name of the lawyer?
Peter Wanyama.
Peter Wanyama is the one who contracted you.
Who contacted us, yes.
Let me go to that report now in the interest of time. In your presentation before the Senate, You have made comments on the IP addresses from pages 29 to page 33 of volume 4A. Do you remember making those observations?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, a witness may need his bundle. Apologies. Volume 4A. Yes. You have made observations on the IP addresses at pages 29 to 33. You remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Let's go to your report. Which part of your report addresses those IP addresses? Give us a page number in your volume 5.
Counsels, can you assist your witness to open the pages so that we save on time?
Volume 4A, I asked now the part of his report. His report runs from, in volume 4A, no, volume 5, my apologies, from page 29 all the way to page 39. I want him to point us to the part of that report that addresses the issue of these IP addresses.
Okay. Things.
Madam Speaker, I just wish to make an observation that the witness is taking so much time to answer my question. My time is running out.
It's not captured.
These things you have been telling us here about these IP addresses are nowhere in your report.
Then they're not captured directly on the report.
Now, I want to know whether they are indirectly captured. Where? Which part of the report indirectly captures them?
Witness, can you answer the question?
It's not there.
Sorry?
It's not captured.
Oh, it is not even indirectly captured. Let me move. You have also talked about mark.
Counsel, you have a balance of 2 minutes to finish your cross-examination. Proceed.
Thank you. Let me deal with the time as remaining. I'll deal with that issue when the time runs out, because you've seen how the witness behaves with me. You have also talked about the issue of MAC addresses in the course of your evidence in chief. You remember that?
Yes.
Which part of your report addresses the issue of MAC addresses? Give us a page number.
There's no report on that, on this report.
In summary, so that I close over that issue, you have testified on matters outside your report this afternoon. True or not true?
That is some of the matters. That is true.
Sorry, I didn't get the answer.
For some of the matters, that is true.
Thank you. Let me make progress. Allow me, and you know I'm really strained for time now, but allow me to do the best I can with that. Let us go to the recommendations at page 39. The recommendations at page 39 of the report. What is your first bullet recommendation on security best practices?
Use HTTPS TLS everywhere.
Use HTTPS TLS everywhere. That's your recommendation.
Yes.
One of the resource material you used to make this report was the affidavit of Alfred, the ICT expert from the assembly. True or not true?
Please repeat.
You told this Senate that one of the material you were given was the affidavit of Alfred, the ICT expert from the assembly. You remember that?
Yes.
I want to show you, in the interest of time, my own copy of that affidavit. Madam Speaker, for the record, I'm showing the witness, the Assembly's volume 2 at page 84, in particular, paragraph 28. Please confirm that the address is HTTPS, then the other particulars follow.
Yes, I can confirm.
So you are recommending to them to do that which they are already doing at that bullet point?
And so your time is up. I'll
Yes.
allow the witness to answer that question.
Let me
Then
just
we'll
answer
proceed
that.
on.
This is a general recommendation. When I said security best practices, look at security best practices.
My question is different, that recommendation is already in place. That recommendation is already in place.
That recommendation is already in place, but that is security. That's a general security best practices, which you need to take in place.
Madam Speaker, may I now formally request for some additional time? I'll request for 20 more minutes because of the time that I've taken with this witness. We've not had a habit of wasting any time. We've been victims of just time itself and the witnesses.
Council, 20 minutes. We are constrained on time, so I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me see what I can do with 5 minutes. I want you to look at your recommendation at page 33 of volume 5. I'm looking at recommendation bullet point 3. Application firewall rules blocking SQLI XSS. Using that?
Yes.
What firewall is applicable to this system you reviewed?
For this, we usually have a...
No, not usually. The one you reviewed. You are examining the county assembly's system. What firewall is it using?
We did not find any firewall.
Are you saying the system was completely without firewalls?
We are not privy to that information.
I need to get the direct answer. Are you saying you did not find any firewalls because you never accessed it, or you accessed it and found it had no firewalls?
Please repeat, please.
Are you saying the system had completely no firewalls because you never accessed it, or you accessed it and found it had no firewalls?
We accessed it and found that it don't have a comprehensive firewall.
The word comprehensive firewalls and no firewalls in my lay language will be different. Is it the same thing?
No.
So I'm asking, what firewall did you find in the system?
I believe the basic firewall system, which very...
You've given us here names of firewalls, SQLI, XXX. You know that? Which one did you find? What as a name?
Sorry, maybe you misunderstood. These are firewall rules. This is not the type of firewall.
Yes, which firewall rules are applicable to this system? It has a name. Which firewall rules, in fact, apply to this system that is used at Kericho County Assembly? It has a name.
There are many firewall rules which should be implemented.
You are investigating a particular system, Mr. Witness. Which firewall rules did you find in this one?
For this one, were basic rules that you couldn't access the backend. There's something called the backend.
There is a type of firewall called basic firewall rules, as its official name.
Yes.
Its name is Basic Firewall Rules.
It's a basic firewall, not basic firewall rules. It's a basic.
Do you know of a firewall called Fail to Ban Firewall Rules?
I'm not aware of that firewall.
So let me ask, Mr. Job, are you in fact an ICT expert? As a matter of fact.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you breach this system yourself?
In terms, we did not breach because we do not have we are not given the authority to do the same, but we managed to find vulnerabilities in the system.
Did you penetrate this system yourself?
We did not penetrate fully.
When did you access this system, Mr. Ogoya? When did you access the system itself?
We officially accessed it when we officially did the audit on 27th.
So that when we get an independent expert report, it will show the logs of your access to the system.
That's why I've said we did not access, we don't penetrate.
I thought you just told me you accessed this system on 27th. So you audited a system you didn't access.
Oh, okay. Allow me to rephrase that. We accessed the system with the credentials provided on that 27th, with the user credentials which we found on that 27th.
Which credentials do you use? Give us the particulars.
The particular credential was, maybe I can just get it. IP. The IP addresses. Let me just 1 minute.
Council, time is up. He's only going to give you the credentials they used.
Maybe I can read it out. 20. Should I read it out?
Just read it out.
Proceed.
2017 0083351, and the password was 24878
When you accessed, what were you able to do in the system?
Nothing much. We just observed, and we tried maybe to change the password or to set a password which did not have those options.
Sorry?
We tried to see if it can change a password or set your password.
And that inability shows a security system. Your inability to change a password shows a security system in place.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'll leave the rest of the issue of credibility to your own observations. My time is spent. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Re-exam.
Just a few questions, Madam Speaker. Mr. Oya, you say you asked a question and about Weldon Kipyegon Lagat. Do you know Weldon Kipyegon Lagat?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
We met this week.
You met this week, eh?
Yes.
Where?
Here.
You met here?
Yes.
Okay. You met him in the presence of who? Who else did you meet?
The governor's team.
The governor's team,
which
okay.
Also.
Yeah. When meeting him and the governor's team, did you find out where everyone from the governor's team worked? Their credentials, titles?
No.
Okay. Did Weldon Korir assist you to prepare this report?
No.
Who assisted you to prepare the report?
My colleague.
Maybe for the sake of the record, what's the name of the colleague?
Bruce Onyango.
Bruce Onyango.
Yes.
Okay. There is a fundamental question you asked about the logs, which are there in volume 4A. Volume 4A, the logs. You are asked whether you have mentioned these logs, which appear at page 30. Is it, what page is that?
Page 20, page 29.
Of volume?
Of volume.
So you ask a specific question, whether you have you have mentioned these logs in your report. Look at paragraph 7 of your affidavit. Can you read paragraph 7 of your affidavit to the Senate, please?
I was requested to analyze the extracts of the system audit logs, which are contained in volume 4A of the county assembly documents.
Are those the logs that you said you analyzed, the logs in volume 4A?
Yes.
Okay. Look at page 35 of your report. Can you read paragraph 261, the first bullet?
Data privacy and protection frameworks require strict separation of voter identity from ballot choice. From the logs provided, we can know who voted.
Okay. Have you mentioned the word logs? Are these the logs that you say you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in preparing your entire report, again, you've been asked this question, in preparing your entire report, what was the primary document that you used to make all these conclusions that are contained in your report? What was the primary document?
The primary document was the system architecture.
The system architecture?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, for the avoidance of doubt, when you logged in using those credentials that you said, did you see the logs in the system as an expert?
No.
Why?
Because the user did not have those rights to see.
Okay, the user right cannot access the logs.
Yes.
So you relied on the logs which were already supplied to you.
Yes.
Okay. There is this issue of the MAC addresses. Again, you asked a question whether you have mentioned in your report the MAC addresses. To your own knowledge, do you know what MAC addresses are? If you ask me as a lawyer, what is a constitution, I'll simply pick it out and show it to you. And then there'll be no doubt about it. So to your own knowledge as an IT expert, do you know what MAC addresses are?
Yes.
So from the documentations that you analyzed, the logs that are in front of you, do you see any item that looks like a MAC address of a computer or a phone or a laptop?
No.
Was that the basis of your conclusion about MAC references to MAC addresses?
Yes.
Who contracted you? You asked a question that someone contracted you.
Yes, as I mentioned, it was the governance team led by,
How many lawyers were in the governance team that you are working with? Did I just count how many lawyers?
I believe the ones I know around 7, 8.
Around 7,
8, yeah.
Okay. Have they paid your fees? Madam Speaker, that is the last question.
Are you sure you want to discuss the fees in the course of those questions? I think we can now proceed on with the senators who want to interrogate this witness. I want to start with Senator Samson Chiralike. Please ask a direct question. Don't take more than 1 minute so that we can finalize with this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I've seen in your affidavit, did you check the system itself or you did only analysis of the logs? And number two, Madam Speaker, in your assessment, were you able to visit Kericho County Assembly? And finally, I've seen in your report, you have not indicated whether the system was compromised or not. Can you clarify on your recommendations and conclusion? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pesato Mujenda, we'll take a few questions and then you respond to them together.
Mr. Witness, you have referred to the system created, and I want you to clarify a thing. Number one, was the system tamper-proof? Number two, could a third party, is it possible to know whether a third party voted for a member from the analysis of the system?
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May the witness tell us, from what I have listened to, Madam Speaker, the witness only pointed out to the absence of multi-factor authentication, lack of Cloudflare, exposure of passwords, use of the C or KE instead of a G or KE, the general risks, but he has not told us whether there was a specific breach, a specific, if I tell you to do a risk assessment of my office or my house, you should be able to tell me that on this particular day, this person, or it was seen from the system that this person did this. So I want the witness to tell us, did he observe whether actually somebody voted for another person? That's what we are looking for, because the report is so general. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wakoli, and then you respond to those questions and we'll move to the next segment. Senator Wakoli has dropped to Senator Okenyuri Esi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would wish to know from the IT expert on whether he has capacity so that we can have georeferencing, so that we see if each individual who was voting virtually matches with the places where they were in, so that we do not have a case of a voter who voted virtually but in Bomet. Secondly, how do you prove that the 4 votes that were emanating from the same IP address are not from different devices or same devices? And finally, are you able to check on the authenticity of the static IP address? Thank you.
Can you proceed, witness, to respond to those queries?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll respond to the questions raised. I start with the last. This is the check of authenticity of the public IP address. What usually happens, the authenticity of a public IP address is owned by the ISP provider. So the authenticity of the public IP address is correct. You can get the authenticity of the public IP address from the logs. because you cannot have your own public IP address. It has to be registered via the internet provider. Then the other question you had raised is if the same IP address which voted for the same IP address which was used for 4 votes, that is able because if you are in the same network, we say you connect to the Parliament wireless, all of you will have the same IP address. So that is correct. 4 votes can have the same IP address. The risks that were raised, that somebody can vote for another, definitely this one was captured in the report, because as I shared, the passwords, the username and passwords were shared in IT terms, we call it clear text. They weren't encrypted when they were shared to the users, and everyone knew that to access this system, either you need your IDPP number and the username and the ID number to access it. So everyone had the protocol that is needed to access. So anyone could access somebody else's account, because I know, if for me, I know my ID number is this, definitely my fellow MCA ID number, definitely I'm privy to this. I can get his information from maybe a database which is provided somewhere. So we saw that as a major risk, which we highlighted it on the report. For that, we because of the lack of the MAC address, which we have been talking about, we cannot know which individual device or who accessed it. I think that would answer also the question on the whether a third party voted for the system, which is very much possible, because this system is not hosted at the Kericho County ICT department. It's hosted outside, as per the report. It's hosted in Germany. So anyone with a link and anyone with the credentials of an MCA would be able to access it. That one also answers the question on if the system was if the system was standard-proof in terms of it was compromised because of the sharing of the same usernames and passwords, or a certain criteria is being used, which everyone knows. For Senator Chelga, I did not visit the county assembly because in this digital world, everything is online, the networks have been connected, and the system, we did not see the need of going there because the system is not hosted in their premises. Yes, I believe.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a few questions for this IT expert. First of all, let me congratulate you for really selling yourself in 30 pages of giving your credential in the key audit in your report. I was trying to find exactly what it is that you're auditing, but I couldn't find. But I'll go specifically to my questions. And my questions are as follows. 1, are you a certified white hacker or ethical hacker? It's a white hacker is the same as ethical hacker. That's question number 1. Number 2, the counsel for the governor asked you a question, which was also asked by the county assembly attorney, whether or what is a MAC address. So I wish you could be able to explain to us what is a MAC address clearly. And then the next question that I want to hear from you giving us a clear answer is, since the title of your report, and I'll go to page 30, is it 30 or maybe 29? It says Cyber Security Audit Kericho County Assembly Voting System, cyber security. So what I would like to know from you is, which cryptographic keys did you use to be able to audit the system. Because I've gone through what you've presented here, and these are basic things that anyone can get who understands internet, who is, in terms of who owns the domain. But really, I think if you are to audit, you're either a certified ethical hacker or who can be able to use cryptographic keys to be able to give us. But I have not seen any of those. These are quite basic things. And then finally is, oh, my question, the time is over.
Senator Okech Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Expert, on page 32 of your affidavit, you have indicated here your primary objectives of this audit exercise. And I'm drawn to the biggest one here, which is to ensure the integrity and confidentiality of voter data. And because this Senate might not have as many experts as you are, what I was expecting from you is a proper audit trail. A proper audit trail of what is the event log of what actually happened. I'm looking at your entire affidavit here. I don't have any single element of event logs of really what happened. I want you to tell me in simple terms, because whatever you have here is a prescription of any system that you can do on a secondary level. You can do this work on a secondary level. I can look at a system and say this system has got lacks these features, or this system does not have these security features. You can say that. But what we're looking for here is an element of accountability and transparency that can be able to show us that in the event log of what transpired in the voting time of 11 minutes, this is my audit trail. So my question to you is, where can we find your audit trail of this system that can show us event log of exactly what transpired? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Otsotsi, to close the number of questions, then we go for 3 on this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify a matter. When the expert was confronted with a question to distinguish between a MAC address and IP address, I think there was some confusion there, because a MAC address is supposed to be that unique identifier that identifies. Let me process my question. Let me process my question. That identifies a device on a network.
Can you avoid answering for the witness? You just pose the question or seek the clarification so that you give them the benefit of answering that question.
Oh, very well, very well. But let me go now to the point. An IP address, in my own understanding, my 25 years of practice, is that unique identification that identifies a device on the internet. For example, Madam Speaker, when you have your phone and you want to transact on the internet, that unique number that identifies you on the internet is the IP address. I want to pose a question based on the contents of County Assembly documents, volume 4A, on page 30. There's a particular IP address 41.139.237.2.129. It has been used, Madam Speaker, 9 times. And I want to believe maybe it's because we had that one particular computer that the MCAs were using to vote. That could be the explanation. But
Don't speculate. Can you pose the question to the witness?
Okay. Madam Speaker, you know, in this house we have a diversity of professions. And in this particular one, I have a responsibility to guide this house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to know whether the ICT expert did an IP lookup. We have something called an IP lookup, where you can determine the physical location of a device on the internet. It will tell you the geographical location.
Very well. I think your question is posed. I will give the witness time to respond to those questions. Proceed, witness.
Oh,
Proceed. We are
thank you.
coming to 3 questions on the majority side.
Okay, I start with the last in. So you talked about the MAC address. Yes, the MAC address is a unique number which each device, whether a phone or laptop has. And you had mentioned something called the IP address. This one, subject matter 41.139.237.129. We did a search on it and we found it's registered under Safaricom Limited. Yes, and as you said, this IP address can be used by multiple devices. As I mentioned earlier, if all of us connect to the same Wi-Fi here at Parliament, all of us will have the same IP address going out. So all the devices within this within the House will have, within the Senate will have the same IP addresses. I think that one can answer that. Then
Speak into the microphone so that your voice does not fade away.
Okay, sorry. Then the issue on the logs, which were not captured, the audit trail and the transparency. Our mandate for this exercise was to test the high level security of the system. As I mentioned, we did not enter the administrator account and we did not have access to it. So those audit trails and the audit trails which were to be provided, we did not have access to it. For the method or the methodology that we used to audit the system, we relied on the basics. As you have mentioned, the report is basic. You know, if something is basic and you understand, it means the person did a very good work. Because if you used technical terminologies, most of you would have said this thing is very hard to understand. And that's why we made it. The best teachers are the ones who simplify things. And that is the reason why you find it very basic. About being a certified white hacker, no, I don't possess that certification, but I possess the experience.
Are you done with the responses?
Yes.
He has answered. He did not respond to your question, Senator Sotsi.
My question was whether the expert did an IP lookup on those IP addresses.
Answer that question.
Because the IP lookup will give you the physical location of the device.
Witness, that's a crucial question. Can you answer that question?
Yes, I had answered it. I believe maybe you are communicating with your fellow senators. The IP mentioned, the 41.139.237.129, is registered under Safaricom Limited.
Where was the physical location? That's what the senator asked you. Where was the physical location of that device?
Maybe I can just give the physical location just now because this is publicly available information. Yes, but it's registered under Safaricom Limited.
Will you proceed on to the next set of questions? Senator Kisang and Senator Joyce, in that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had wanted to find out from the witness if he was an ethical hacker, and he has said he's not, but because he has the knowledge and you are contracted to check the security of this particular system, you said you tried to penetrate, but you are unable to do. So are you telling this house that the system is very secure? Secondly, Madam Speaker, is what my colleague has said. You know, when you're given a job, even if you do a basic report in basic English, there are things that you are supposed to have delivered. Where the terms of reference, because this is what would have assisted Senate to make a decision. But the witness has not helped us, because you would have listed at least a few of those IP addresses, especially the one that was used by 9 members, to say this particular IP address was the laptop that was in the county assembly. But he has not done it, because some of us, we have basically checked here, a few of them, they are far away from Kericho. So we expected him to highlight, so that at least it will aid us in making a decision.
Senator Joyce.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is just to ask the expert to tell this House if the SMS sent to the MCAs could be transferred to any other person to forward on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Kwon, you know why you came here? It's because we want an expert like you to differentiate between the governor's side and the county assembly side, who is telling us the truth. The county assembly is telling us 33 people voted on that system you have audited. And the governor is telling us, no, they could not have been 33 because 18 of them were supporting us. So can you now tell us, during your audit, how many MCAs voted? Once you answer that, how many voted?
Can you respond to those questions, witness?
Okay, maybe I'll start with the first one in this time. We did not, our mandate and legal mandate wasn't to penetrate the system. Our mandate was to check for vulnerabilities on the public-facing side, things which the public-facing meaning anyone can access. So we did not penetrate. If we would penetrate, this would be a different case altogether, because that would be intrusion, and it would be legally, would be now, would be maybe, it would be a legal issue at the moment. So we did not penetrate. We only penetrate if we are given authority. Then the issue on the SMS, if it can be transferred to somebody else. As I mentioned earlier, the username and the password are a specific criteria. It's your ID and something else. So definitely, if somebody knows your ID and IDP number, they'll be able to access the system, even not necessarily the SMS. But the SMS also can be sent to another number, forwarded. For the audit trail in terms of how many MCAs voted, as I've mentioned, our mandate was to check on the public-facing side, the security, and in terms of this, how many MCAs had voted, we could see from the system, from the printouts on the extracts, we could see that the MCAs who voted were 33, and the others who did not vote, the numbers were nil. But this doesn't constitute that it was in fact a certain MCA who voted, because as I've mentioned, these username and passwords are known by everyone. Each and every MCA might have known, or they know. Even the IT person, because it's the person who created, might have known. So we can't ascertain that these MCAs who voted as per the system without the MAC address, which is a big contention.
Thank you. Senator Wambua Enoch, followed by Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the expert was supposed to help us deal with the problem with the system. I am not sure he is really helping us. Because the thing that Senator Ososi is saying, and this is what I want to repeat, the lookup is a very simple thing to do. It's essentially a search. And you have IP addresses listed there. The easiest thing for him to do, and Madam Speaker, if you allow, we can also do it here now, is to just log in and find out when that device was used, where it was used, the exact location. It would have been so easy for us to make that determination. The rest of the things that the expert is telling us, Madam Speaker, may be things that we will struggle to make a decision based on the information that is giving us. Why is it so difficult to link every vote to a gadget? Just link every vote to a gadget. This vote came from this gadget was in Nairobi, this other one was in Bungoma. It's simple as that, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Beatrice, you've taken out your name. Senator Okoit Omutata.
Madam Speaker, sitting where I'm sitting, I'm unable to answer the question. There's a case before us. And the case before us is a contention on whether the threshold for voting was met. And Assembly produced logs showing that 33 people voted. For me, what I expected from the expert was not to discuss the securities or whatever of the system that was set up. It is not the credibility of the system that is before me. Before me is the question, was the threshold met in the assembly? How many people voted? And so I'm not seeing that question being answered. I'm not being helped to answer that question. Instead, we have entered into a very academic exercise of discussing things my friend Ladema calls cryptocurrencies or something. So I really request that we be helped to answer the question, how many people voted? And I wanted an audit of the 33 logs to tell us that either they are valid or they are invalid. I've sat here from morning, that question is not being answered.
Thank you, Senator Okoit. We'll give the witness a chance to respond to those questions. And we will have, and to be very brief, and we'll have the final round of questions before we close with this witness. Proceed and take the shortest time possible. Let's proceed to answer to those queries.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start with the mention of the persons who voted. The system itself doesn't keep record of something called a MAC address, which we have been discussing. So without this, we won't be able to know which device voted. Because, as I've said, the username and password are already shared. They were predetermined. Everyone knew. You will know somebody's ID and somebody's password. So anyone can use your ID beforehand to vote yes. That's what I'm saying. So doing an audit or an audit trail of that without the MAC address, we wouldn't know which device voted. In line, the IP address which has been mentioned, the IP address doesn't give the exact device because many devices share the same IP address, as I've been mentioning. If you are in one place and you're using the same network, the IP address will be the same. So this IP address, even if you can look at the IP which I mentioned, the 41.139.237, it is in multiple. There are 8 instances it voted. It means these people were in the same place, or they were using the same network. Yeah, but you wouldn't know if it was actually him who voted with his device. That is the biggest downfall of the system. It needed to have audit trails in terms of MAC addresses and know, is it you or is it your device that entered? All this would have been bashed out if simple mechanisms or basic things that we had recommended or have been recommended, like two-factor authentication, which when you log in sends that notification to your phone again for you to confirm. We wouldn't be having this case now, which is being mentioned.
Senator Alan Chesang, followed by Senator Tabitha Keroche and Senator Mariam. That's the last round of this question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my first question was asked by my colleague, Senator Kisang, whereby the IT expert, my question was to ask the IT expert if he thinks this system was secure or not. And if so, maybe he should tell us if was he able to detect whether any unauthorized person who may have accessed the device, maybe to vote, apart from the MCS who were there. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Tabitha.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask the witness, the ICT expert, because I know the Kenyans are following this, and they are very key to ensure that there is transparency in whatever we are doing. There is a narrative, maybe the lack of better word, narrative that has been driven by my friend, Kanso Ongoya. Because I remember there is the speaker said that we needed independent ICT experts from ICT Kenya, and the governor to bring his own expert to ask these questions. But the narrative is as if you drafted this document and your own document. So I think we need to know whether you drafted the two documents, because people will be asking the objective. The objective is this report. How objective is this report? I think that's how people will be asking. I'm not an IT expert, but I'm just looking at that and asking if you drafted this report and yours, and then you are the governor's IT expert. I think that many questions you're being asked. Do you know Weldon? It's called Weldon. Many questions about Weldon. So I think that's what the Kenyans now are asking, I think, and me being one.
I think the question is stated, Senator Tabitha. Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to Mr. Expert on the issue of the audit report you have given out. It is very narrow. It is not detailed as such. But my question is, and we have heard from MCS, so many MCS that they are undermining the systems. As an expert, and you did an audit of the system, do you recommend that system to be used in anywhere, or in even the county executives and county assembly? Thank you.
Senator Crystal Asige, I will let you ask the question as the final senator who is asking this one.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, Speaker, we've spent over an hour listening to a painfully long examiner-in-chief, cross and array, only to find out at the end by the witness that really he cannot prove nor disprove the question that is being put to this House. And so it feels like we shouldn't really lay our frustrations onto the witness, but perhaps we should ask the council and its team, why did you then bring this witness? Why did you put him through all that work if you cannot prove nor disprove your case? In any case, my question is to the witness, can you at least, if you can do nothing else to help us, can you at least tell us the IP addresses, where are the locations of these IP addresses? You've told us who it belongs to, Safaricom, which belong to 9 of those in your report, but where exactly, what is the location in the country which they are attached to, along with all the rest which are not the Safaricom one? Locations, thank you.
So witness, you'll answer that, and then counsel who procured you will answer the final question from Senator Christopher. And then we'll call it a day on this witness.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, let me deal with the frustration first in terms of the IP addresses, if we can locate them. As I've said, we are able to locate these IP addresses, and I've mentioned the IP address and know who was given this IP address by Safaricom. That can be done. For some of the IP addresses on this list, maybe for the IT experts or the people with IT experience, there's something called the IP version 4 addresses. And the IP version 4 addresses they have been used, they have been overused, and they are no longer available. So there's something that ISP providers use, which is called a shared IP space. Because we have exhausted all IP version 4 addresses up to now. That's why you can see on page 30, there's an IP address starting with 105.161. That 105.161 can be used by multiple ISPs in terms of Safaricom, in terms of Liquid Telecom, in terms of 190, because we have exhausted all these IP4 addresses. So traceability also of these addresses is not as simple for these ones which are starting with 105, because they are in a shared IP address range. But the ones which are starting with 41, those ones we know, as we have checked, they are in Kericho County from the ping which I've just done now. Yes.
Let him finish his responses.
Then about the recommendation of the system, at the current, the way it is built currently, and the mechanisms or the protocols or the framework it has, I wouldn't recommend the system to be used by anyone until the upgrades or updates are aligned to best security best security practices. I wouldn't recommend at the moment to be used, because if the system, I wouldn't be here. If it was good, I wouldn't be here. Then unauthorized person accessing the system, that is true. We can't, to be frank, the system doesn't allow you to know if it's an unauthorized person, because, as I said, the credentials were already shared and everyone knew the credentials. So me, I can access that system wherever, even I can be in Kericho and access, but we wouldn't know if somebody used my credentials to access my portal, because there's no security protocols in terms of to MFA, which would send a notification to your message so that you approve the access. Then also the unauthorized personnel to access the system is very, 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 very key, because I believe from the report which was printed, it's in black and white. There is on page, maybe I can just take you on page on page, just 1 minute, on page 34. On page 34, there is figure 1.2, written or exposed password. This is more of the technical requirement which we did on security, apart from the basic recommendations. This one, if maybe it was printed in colored, you would have seen that the passwords are exposed. Once somebody logs in, somebody who's using your computer can come back and see your passwords. So that is also a technical and cybersecurity risk for that. For the drafted, I'm just trying to answer the question if the system was secure. I don't believe the system was secure, even from this expose on figure 1.2, which mentions the exposed passwords. And that is already a very major flaw on that system.
Thank you. Senator Sotsi, you have an issue of intervention. What is that?
Madam Speaker, I said earlier on that the benefit that we have in this house is that we have diverse profession in this house. I happen to be one of those profession in the ICT industry, and I cannot sit here listening to information that is misleading. I do not want to contradict him any further, but I would request this house take 1 or 2 minutes to do a simple task that is called an IP lookup, just to determine what is the physical location of this IP address 41 dot something that was used 9 times.
Let me guide
Madam
you.
Speaker, that will really help this
Can I
house.
guide you, Senator Osotsi? Ask the witness to do that because he's the only one who can respond to that question. Give a specific IP address. Let him look up and give you an answer himself because the house is not giving evidence. It's the witness.
Speaker, I had asked this
Give him
question
a specific one.
I had asked this question earlier, that IP address.
I'm guiding you so that you get what you are looking for because you cannot give evidence from the Senate.
Yes.
You have an intervention. Let's
I'm
finish
already
with
on
Senator
intervention,
Sotsi.
Madam Speaker.
Let's finish with
The
Senator
IP
Sotsi.
address 41.139.
Can you take it up and look it up and give an answer right away to the House on where that IP address leads you?
41.139.237.129. We can do a 1 minute lookup, and I can guide this house further on that, how that can be done. So I'm already on intervention.
Allow Senator Osotsi to finalize with his intervention.
So I would
Let's
like
have
the
some
IT.
order.
I like the
Senator
IT.
Eddie, wait.
I like the IT people to.
He's on a point of intervention. Senator Joyce, you wait. Just
I would like the
wait
IT
until he
people-
finalizes that exercise.
I would like the IT people to give us a screen, maybe to go to the internet, and then I will demonstrate that.
You can, the
I'm
witness.
on a point of order.
Senator Osotsi,
Why?
can you follow the guidance of the chair? I have guided you correctly. Give that IP address to the witness who can give evidence before this house. You cannot give the evidence yourself. We want to hear what his response is. You can always cross-check before you vote so that it guides your vote.
Very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that because the expert will need the assistance of the IT room. They have to display that on the screen.
No, we are able to counter-check when we recess to before the vote. Witness, can you respond to where that IP address takes you?
The IP address in question is the 41.139.237. This one is registered under Safaricom Limited, and its description is for convergence services, cost Limited. And but the person, the owner is Safaricom Limited and Safaricom House. The person in question is John Mutai.
The location? That's what he asked you.
From the public available information, from the public available information, there is no location for that. It mentions Kenya, Nairobi as the domain admin.
Eddie?
Madam Speaker, with a lot of respect, Madam Speaker, I think we are sitting here as a quasi jury. We cannot now take even though we have many ICT experts here. Some of us know ICT. But I think that what we are attempting to do, I wanted to urge you, Madam Speaker, perhaps you can guide that a senator can do that in their submission, because they will have a submission time when they'll be making sense of this here. But as a matter of procedure, you ruled yesterday on that chair that we are going to have an ICT expert who would then give us another report. So even if the ICT expert who is here cannot give us enough report, that's fine. Let's wait for the other ICT expert to give us. But if a jury wants to give us a direction of ICT, let them do that during the submission, because we are going to rule on this and rule on substantive issues.
Senator Eddie, that is why I guided Senator Osotsi that evidence could not be adduced from the chamber, can only be adduced by the witness, and beyond that, maybe the experts. Senator Ledama.
Madam Speaker, we've been sitting here for quite a number of hours. I'm not sure whether the defense or the county assembly understand what the amount of time they have. Could you kindly stop all this intervention, allow the county assembly and the county government or the governor to finish their case? And then when the time comes for us to submit, either to support or not, or to oppose, we can then be able to try to argue our matter. I really
let me guide you, Senator Ledama. The chair is in charge. Right now, the time that is being used, it is the senators who are using their time. It is not the time for either the county assembly or the governor's time. So it's the senators who have raised the issues, and the requests are coming from your end, not from their end. Now, witness, you are stood down. We are done with the question time. So you may resume your seat, or you could exit, but you are discharged from the stand.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Senate had directed the ICT authority experts to present a report to the Senate on the matters that are before the House, especially the question of the use of technology in the voting system in Kericho County. You are conversant with that request?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to proceed and present that report, but first of all, give your full name and the position you hold at the ICT authority and present the contents of the report. You have 10 minutes to do that.
Thank you. My name is Philip Irode. I'm a Deputy Director in charge of Information Systems Security at the ICT Authority. We received a request from the Senate through our PS, Ministry of State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, that they require the assistance of the ICT Authority to look into issues of the Kericho County, to look into the issue of the Kericho County Assembly voter system. Our CEO sent a response to the clerk, that was yesterday, appointing myself, Philip Irode, and my colleague, Joan Mokera, to come and address this particular request. We came in, had a brief, and given that we had not initially received a formal letter, we had to sort a letter to take it back to the office for purposes of, the normal guidance as per government protocols through the accounting officer. We later came with the nominations of our 2 names and looked at the system. This was in the presence of both parties from the county assembly, the Senate, and of course the governor's office. The system that we were looking at is a voting system, which is a web-based voting system. The system is hosted off-premise and out of country. And our initial URL search indicates that the system is published at IP address 178.162.234.23. And from the interactions, which is basically the initial assessment that you do from the interaction with the system owners, it's an in-house developed system where the local staff have developed the system. It is managed and administered by the head of ICT, who is the super administrator. We looked at the system based on the scope of the request that was articulated in the letter. And of course, being professionals within the industry, we were guided by processes which are basically information security frameworks that guide our work. This includes ICT authorities, information security standard, as well as other global information security practice standards. We looked at it, and of course, we had 5 specific questions that we were meant to answer, which we have answered, and the details which are basically as articulated in the report that we have provided before this House. Question 1 was, did an electronic voting process take place using the system? And of course, we have looked at the system based on the logs which you were able to access in the presence of both parties. And we found out, yes, an electronic voting took place using the referenced URL as presented in the report and with the logs that were provided. The second question, Madam Speaker, was, is the number of MCAs who voted on the impeachment of the governor verifiable? This was also based on the logs extracted from the voting module as well as the system events module. And the answer is yes. The number of MCAs who voted to the impeachment of the governor is verifiable. The third question was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another MCA? The answer that we provided is no. You cannot vote for any other person or an MCA with the link provided alone. You need to have both the username, which in this case was the IPPD, and the password, which was the ID number. Question number 4 was, how many MCAs voted in the affirmative on the motion to impeach the governor? The number of MCAs who voted on the motion was 33, as was extracted from the voting module logs. Question number 5, which is the last question under our scope of review, was, is there any evidence of multiple voting or other compromise of the voting system or any impropriety in the voting system or process? Our response to this question was, from the evidence provided and the access logs collected from the voting system logs and the admin and system events log module, there is no evidence of multiple voting, neither is there evidence of other compromise of the voting system and or any impropriety in the voting system and the process. Madam Speaker, that were our findings. Thank you.
As an expert witness, you have been oathed to give evidence and present that report. So you will be subjected to some cross-examination on the report, both by the county assembly and by the governance team. And then we'll proceed on to have questions and clarifications from the senators. So I will now allow the county assembly team and then the governor's team. Each will have 10 minutes maximum.
Thank you. I can't allow me to pause. Sir, I have very few questions for you. This exercise was conducted within the precincts of this parliament. True or not true?
It's true.
Were you notified of the people who are present at the time of undertaking this exercise?
Yes, we were.
You did this exercise in the presence of the people representing the governor's team, the people representing the county assembly, and the administrative staff of the Senate. Is that the correct representation?
Yes, it is.
I have three substantive concerns regarding the report, then I sit down. Is there any single log that you came across, any log in credential that you encountered from the logs that voted more than once?
Your question, the answer to the question is no.
Is there any credential that logged in and voted after the 15th of August, 2025?
No.
Let me confirm that. No, there's an officer of court, an advocate, who told this Senate that he actually logged into this system and managed to vote after the 21st. Did you come across that log in the system?
No, we didn't come across such a log in the system because the voting had already been closed.
Did you see the logs used by the admin of the system to log and undertake any activities in the system?
Yes, the logs are clearly marked when an admin logs in and when a specific user created into the system logs in.
Did the admin logs themselves cast any vote?
No.
That is all for this witness.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker and the honorable senators, I'll share the 10 minutes with the Senior Counsel Katwa and Wanyama. I'll only ask two questions. Mr. Philip, from the logs that you extracted, did you extract any source IP addresses?
Yeah, we have IP addresses within our logs.
Source IP addresses, the MAC addresses. Did you get any MAC addresses from the system?
Which one are you referring to? You've mentioned MAC address and IP address. Which
source IP addresses, which is the same as MAC addresses.
Your Honor, those are two different addresses.
So you can differentiate the two, kindly?
Yes. So MAC address is ideally in a layman's language, like your fingerprint. It is absolutely unique.
Unique. Did you get those unique identifiers from the system?
Allow me to answer the question.
No, I'm asking you a question. Did you get those unique identifiers from the system?
The IP addresses,
Counsel,
yes.
Allow him to answer.
Okay. I need specific answer, yes or no, on the issue of source IP address. Did you
Counsel, let him answer so that you can benefit from that answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have IP addresses within our log systems.
The source IP address, did you get them?
Yes.
Did you identify the IP addresses to a certain gadget?
Your Honor, based on system configuration, logs are part of system development, and ideally, most system development prescribe the IP addresses, because ideally with an IP addresses, you have the ability to geolocate where that particular device is.
Now,
a MAC address will not give
thank
you
for your
a
answer.
geolocation.
Thank you for your answer. So from your answer, it indicates that you could not tell which location this IP address was from.
It's the opposite. From our answer, we could be able to say where the IP address is from because
Have
we
you
are-
indicated that in your report?
Yes.
That it came from where?
We have indicated the IP addresses of the various voters who logged into the system.
Can you identify those IP addresses to a certain gadget, say that this IP address 41 something was for Honorable, let's say Anita? Can you say that?
Your Honor, that is not possible with the system configuration as it is.
So from the system that you are working on, you cannot tell who voted for who?
You can tell based on the user ID, which is a unique user ID, and the IP address of the user.
This is not a personal question. You'll remember that we were together yesterday as you worked on this report, and this is not personal. You became my friend yesterday, and you will confirm to this Senate that we began working on this report at 4:30, you disappeared until 4:30. Is that true? So from the committee, you will confirm that you left the committee room at 2:30 and came back at 4:30. Is that true?
Your Honor, that could not be true. And as I have indicated, we were called here urgently. We came without formal release letters. When we came, we were, invited into the chamber. We were briefed on what the assignment entailed.
No, I'm talking about when we start, we sat.
Counsel, allow the witness to answer, please. You asked a question, he's responding to that question. Proceed, witness.
Thank you. Yeah, so after we were briefed by the clerk's office, as protocol dictates, we have to seek concurrence from our counting officer. I explained to the clerk's office that we need to get an authority to embark on an exercise. This is when I was ushered into the clerk's office. A letter was done while I waited, and I walked with that letter to our CEO's office, advising him that this is the sort of engagement that we have been called to conduct, and I therefore need to be officially released.
Did you require 2 hours?
Well, it wasn't 2 hours, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, expert witness, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in a few minutes. Just to follow up on a question which my colleague asked you. Who called you yesterday and you left the Senate-sanctioned audit for more than 2 hours? An activity that was time-bound. Who called you to go to that event?
My CEO, Your Honor.
Your CEO?
Yes.
Thank you. What did the CEO tell you when he called you to leave a Senate-sanctioned event?
Well, as I have explained, it is a practice that as a public officer who you have to get approval or express permission.
Did you require approval when the Speaker has already issued a directive and you are in the presence of the House? The House of Senate, you leave the Senate to go. Did you require approval to leave the Senate to go back to your CEO?
I think I was given a letter requesting us for the services which I had to deliver to our office for approval and clearance.
Did you become hostile to the team by the governor's team when you came back? Did you become hostile to the team by the governor when you came back?
I'm not a hostile person.
You are not a hostile person?
No.
You asked a specific question yesterday, which he has asked you, and you need to tell this Senate. This question is in the mouth and minds of all senators today. MCS accessed this system using a gadget. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know how.
From
they
your
are-
observation, MCS accessed this system using a gadget, whether it's a phone or a laptop or a computer. Is that correct?
Ideally, based on the nature of the system, yes, it's a web-based system. Yes.
And when you access the system, then you need to leave a fingerprint in that system so that anyone else can tell that indeed you left, you are the one who voted. And that is the primary question before this Senate. So the question is, did you find in the system what is known as the MAC addresses for the computers, mobile phones, laptops, etc., which were used to access this system? Did you find?
So allow me to answer that question in a more layman's language for the benefit of the Senate. What happens when you are accessing a system? There is the public-facing IP, and there's the internal IP. I'll give you an example. If we have all access to our Wi-Fi in this building, that
Yes.
Wi-Fi will have one external-facing IP.
Yes.
That IP is the one that channels our traffic to the specific request that we make onto the internet. By the nature of this system, it has been set up such that it can be able to pick the IP as the unique resource locator for the service. And that is part of the logs that we've been able to collect.
Because of my time, and I appreciate, the IP addresses that you have given to this house are already in the house. The senators have looked at these IP addresses, and some are they have been recorded 9 times. They have interrogated that issue. What they are asking now at this level is that MAC address. They want to know, did this MCA vote? Did this MCA A, B, C, D vote? And which gadget did he use? That is the primary question. So does your report contain MAC address, the logs for the MAC addresses? That is the question before the House.
It's a right question.
It is a yes or no answer. Is it there so that I can show the senators that our case has collapsed because the MAC addresses are now in your report, the unique identifiers for the telephone numbers of these MCS. It's now available, produced by the expert, and our case has collapsed. Show me in your report where these MAC addresses are.
I have clearly responded to that question. And the answer is,
the answer is show me in your report.
Are
no, yes
So,
or no answer.
Counsel, let him answer. Counsel, allow the witness to answer. Witness, do you have the IP addresses in your report?
I have IP addresses in my report, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the question is the MAC addresses. The IP address, we have, and Madam Speaker, I request for 2 more minutes. I'm now on a delicate issue. The MAC addresses.
Granted the 2 minutes. Respond to the question of the MAC addresses.
MAC addresses are not part of external facing details that are captured within this particular system. The system captures IP addresses. IP addresses can still be linked to a MAC address.
Okay.
Allow me to finish,
okay,
kindly.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. You have your own safe in your house, which is located in a certain location. We cannot expose your safe to the outside world, but we will expose your gate number to the world. Ideally, a MAC address is unique to that house, and the house number is public information.
That begs 2 questions, Mr. Expert Witness, Madam Speaker, I wind up. Two important questions. These MAC addresses, what kind of audit did you do? Did you do a basic compliance audit? Did you do a network security audit? Or did you do a device compliance audit? Because each one has different levels. And maybe as you answer that question, there's a senator who asked here, did you penetrate this system into the NIT so that you extract the required information to complete this report?
So, Your Honor, you cannot be able to do an entire audit within a day. Our letter was very clear. We target our exercise in answering the 5 questions, and we targeted our efforts towards what activities will give us the response or the answers to the clerk's questions as directed to our CEO.
Did you do a search on all these IP addresses to tell the senators that these IP addresses are not located in Nyahururu, Bomet, Nairobi, or Embu? Did you do a search address in your audit?
Your Honor, we did what the letter requested us to do, which was to conduct an assessment that will respond to the questions that had been answered.
Last question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last question. The senators in this house, there's a live question which they want an answer from you. The evidence was given that a computer was used at the county assembly to vote for 3 MCS. 3 MCS, a computer was used. The simple question is, did you go to Kericho County, or was this computer given to you for you to ascertain the IP address or MAC address in that computer to give to these honorable senators to clear any doubt in their mind on the verifiability, authenticity, and security of this system? That is my last question.
Yeah, so based on the audit logs that we collected, as we have responded, the system has adequate logs providing verifiability, which is ideally the number of...
The question, did you visit Kericho? Were you given the computer? It's a simple issue.
So the system is a web-based system.
Yes.
For a web-based system, you do not need to physically visit a location. It's available on the URL, unique resource locator, as we have provided.
So what is the
report.
IP address for this laptop which was given in, which the MCS said they used? Can you tell the senators with a substantial measure of assurance, no doubt at all, that I, as the expert, this is the IP address of this computer, this is the MAC address of this computer, so that we clear doubt? Thank you.
I don't think that was part of my request for this
Thank you,
letter.
Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, my time is up.
The question is now actually answered. It's told you. Senator Sifuna.
You know, Speaker, I'm a bit confused by the line of questioning that has been taken by counsel for the governor, because your directive was that all these parties be present during that exercise. Now, when I look at the report, there's a part for people who were present to indicate they were present. Mr. Evanson Kirui, counsel for governor, did not sign. The question to you, witness, was he there? This gentleman called Weldon Kipiegon Lagat, was he there? And then, to the counsel for the governor, these things you are asking, did you ask him to do it there, when you are there? And what did he do? And then why would you refuse to sign that you are present? Those are the questions I want to address.
And Senator Sifuna, before those questions are tackled, you could resume your seat. Let's take a direction on how the senators will now engage with that report and that witness. Then those questions will be tackled in that session, because that's not an intervention on procedure. It's actual contents and questions to the witness. So, honorable senators, we have about 15 senators who would like to ask questions, and we must limit the time within which this gets done. So we'll have to agree that every senator should either ask just one question if we have to cover all, and if we ask 2 questions, then we'll have less of senators requesting for that intervention. So we do 1 question per senator. Is that agreeable? We need a consensus. Okay, so 1 question. So you have asked yours already, so I'm not giving you another chance. He will respond. I'm sure he's already gotten the gist of the questions. Senator Chute Mohammed. You take about 5 questions and then you respond, and we go to the next segment of questions.
Thank you,
Honorable Speaker, a witness from the MCA.
Your time is 1 minute, and the clerk, you be strict with your
Already
timing.
10 seconds is gone. Sorry? Kwa hiyo nyamaza bana. My question goes to the expert. There was an MCA who gave an evidence that 9 persons or MCAs voted from a particular station. That station is, the number is 41-139-237-129. Did you, in your report, do we have that report that shows that 9 MCAs voted from one logging station? Thank you.
Senator Sotsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to declare that the witness is my student in my other life, and he's competent enough. But I just want to ask one question. Philip, you look at me in the eye. Are you the one who did this report? I just want that answer, yes or no.
He will
Because
respond.
from my teaching, this report would be done, have been done better than this, Madam Speaker.
Senator Danson Mungatana, is he there? No. Senator Eddie Okech.
I know this question might have come from the council side, but I'm going to ask it for my own consumption. Did everybody vote on the day of the voting or otherwise, in your best knowledge? And if that happened, then was there people who abstained in the system or people who voted otherwise no? Or everybody who voted yes in the system that you audited?
Senator John Nyoto, that's the last one. Then we have answers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter before us and why the ICT expert had to come is because the governor's side has argued that there are some MCAs who voted for others. And so it's very important, Madam Speaker, for the ICT expert to tell us this MAC address is very important because IP address, as he has explained to us, was the ID number. And if somebody wants, for example, to know my ID number here, they will know it, so they can vote for me. If the only leeway to get into the system is my ID number, it is known, it's in the office. So this MAC address was going to be very important. And Madam Speaker, the ICT expert should tell us about the address where the gadgets that voted were.
Time up. Witness, please respond to those questions first before we take the next segment of questions.
Yeah, so I'll go by the order in which they were presented. The first question was if the opposing side had their team members present. That is in affirmative. Yes, they were present. The second question was there's an MCA who alleges that 9 persons voted for a particular, 9 persons voted, repetitively using IP 41 something.
You had more questions from Senator Sifuna. There were both 3.
Well, I captured the aspect of the team's availability. Yes, they were available, and they opted not to sign the report. And when we were extracting the logs, we even had concurrence on this report at some point until they decided not to sign it. I hope that answers your question, Mheshimiwa. Number 2 was if the specific IP that appears 9 times indicates that one person voted 9 times. Ideally, as I've indicated, Madam Speaker, this is a gateway. And I think from my basic understanding, most of these county governments have Wi-Fi. And this could be the IP address that have been assigned to the Wi-Fi gateway. And therefore, if at all you are connected to the Wi-Fi, your device is actually assigned that specific IP as a public-facing IP. And therefore, the system logs pick that specific IP as part of the logs. To respond to my senior Senator Osotsi, yes, I'm the one who authored the report based on the timeline constraints that we were given. This is the best we could do in responding to the specific questions that we had. The other question is, did everybody vote on the day or otherwise? The response to that is yes. We have the specific user IDs. We have the specific timestamps, which are within the specific date that the voting was being done. And we have logs of votes done, and of course, the other people who did not vote as part of the logs that we presented. The other question is, were other persons voting for any other person? That question has been answered in our report as question number 3, whereby it was being asked, was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another person? Ideally, if you have the link alone, you cannot vote, but you need to have the username, which is the IPPD, and of course, a password, which is unique to an individual. Thank you.
Senator Wambua Enoch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask a question where the expert has ended. When you asked by the lawyer whether any system admin would have voted in the system, you said a clear no. But you're saying that if you have the username and the password, you could vote for anyone from any location. So how would you have known that the admins did not vote? Because this username and the password are not computer generated. They have been assigned physically by the admin to the MCS. How would you know that they have not voted?
Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that is the question I had because I wanted to know if somebody has the username and the password, and now we have heard from one of the MCAs by the name Berir that was unable to, doesn't have any internet in his phone, and someone else is working on another phone, possibly will have forwarded the password and the username. So could someone else be able to log in or even vote using another phone? And that is the question I really wanted to know.
Senator Aaron Cheriot, Majority Leader, do you request?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence that you allow me maybe slightly more than a minute. This is the only chance that the people whose county is contesting this matter have the chance to speak in this House. Madam Speaker, I have a question to this expert. My first question is, did the expert really appreciate the assignment that is before them? If they did I want them, because this is in the interest of establishing the truth, Mr. Speaker, to account for the report that he has brought to this House, particularly Annex 3, page 17 of your report. This case, by the way, boils down to 3 votes when all is said and done. Forget about all these issues about 9 and whatever, because
Majority Leader, you know our standing orders are very clear. Okay, 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I was explaining, and this is for even to assist the House, that eventually this case boils down to 3 votes and how they can be accounted for. Because if you read the affidavits of the County Assembly and those of the governor's team, there is a contestation only on 4 votes. The rest are already accounted for. It is only that in one of the votes, Mr. Speaker, that witness has sworn an affidavit for both camps. Therefore, we can choose to disregard. But I was pointing the expert to his report on page 17, Annex 3, to explain to this House whether he is certain and absolutely certain that the member written there as for Cheplanget ward, for Kapkatet and Kapkugerwet ward, they are the 5th from bottom, 3rd and 2nd last votes that came in. Whether he can give with certainty that from what he saw out of his audit, that indeed these messages emanated from the phone registered phones of these members. If that is ascertained, Mr. Speaker, I know how to do the rest of my work.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you. I wanted to take you back to the question that Wambua had asked. And we go back to page 5, and that is question number 3. You say, the question you were asked, was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or any other MCA? Then you say no. And then you qualify it by saying you need to have both the username, that is the IPPD, and the password ID number. What you may not know is that when presentations were being done yesterday, we were informed that these names and numbers were freely given to everybody in the assembly. In other words, the private ID numbers and whatever that was being provided for.
Senator Wakoli.
Honorable Speaker, my questions are as follows.
Only one question, Honorable Senator.
Did you ascertain that the link that the MCS received on their phones were the same phones that were used to vote, and you can justify the process? Thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Chair, Speaker, thank you. My question is, if there was clarity about the MCs who are claiming that their identity was used for voting and they did not vote. And yesterday I also asked a question. There was a Peter who tried to log several times and it failed. And I asked whether he managed to vote at long last. And this question was not answered. So you, as a specialist of IT, did you manage to trace that Peter if he ever voted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is very simple. We were told yesterday, and I tried to ask the same question, that 9 members voted from the same computer. Can you, Mr. Speaker, request that we have the 9 members try to vote as we see? Then we see how long it's going to take. From there, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to know how much time that 9 members can use one computer with different IDs, different IPPDs, and they are going to vote, Mr. Speaker. So if you can direct that is being, it can be demonstrated to us how 9 members can vote from one computer, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, when a witness, there is a question that is troubling us, and we want to be sure from your evidence this evening, if somebody has a link and he has a username and a password, can that person vote for another person? You got me? You have got the link, you have the username, and you have the password. Can you vote for another person using any gadget?
Okay, proceed to respond to those, and then I'll have another set for you. Proceed.
Yeah, so the first question was asking whether, as admin, you could vote for an MCA. The answer to that is no. If you have logged in as admin, you need to log into the system as a registered user who needs to cast their vote, because from the logs, each of the MCAs who voted had a unique number that enabled them to cast a vote. The second question is if any other person can vote for the MCA with the username and password. As I have clearly indicated, that is possible only if you have the MCA's IPPD and the password, which is the ID number. And the same answers the last question that has been cast by the senator who just took his seat. There was the issue of certainty based on page 17. And ideally, what we were trying to do here is to provide a correlation. The system has 2 modules. There is the system events module, the system security events module, and there is the vote activity, the voters module. So to address issues of source IP, as had been earlier questioned by the other council, we managed to actually map each of the vote cast with the IP, because this was an aspect of contestation that the logs that we have do not have IP addresses. But from the annex that we have provided here, from the voting module and the system events, you can be able to correlate this based on the unique user ID and the timestamp under which that particular activity did happen. And this is basically to ascertain that MCA so-and-so cast his vote at this particular IP address and this particular timestamp. The other question was, if I have an ID, and it was actually an issue of clarity where I was being told that it is common knowledge that within the county, ID and passwords are already circulated. My response to that is not within my knowledge, because it's unique to the county, and I wouldn't have really known, because it is a culture issue within the county if that is their practice. I was also asked to ascertain the link and the voting process. As a practitioner within this field, we are guided by principles. And just to make sure that we were doing a good job to this assembly, we made sure that there is a checklist that assists the county to conform to standard global practices and standards, as I had indicated within my opening remarks. which is the Information Security Standard, as well as the ISO standards, and any other data protection, as well as computer misuse